All right, mic check. Very good. Looks like it's working today. Hopefully it's working clearly. I didn't check the mic. Yeah, that sounds all right. All right. All right, welcome back to Satisfactory. Welcome back to the circuit board factory. uh, My name is Wilcata, and today we are live streaming a continuation of the last live stream. Last live stream that I was hoping would only last about 4 or so hours, and instead lasted 12 hours. Though admittedly it lasted 12 hours. It lasted 12 hours because it took that long to do what we did, but it went on 12 hours because of the quality and high caliber of the viewers present and us getting along and chatting and just having fun together. And so it was, why not keep going, right? This will not be a 12-hour session because we better not have 12 hours worth of stuff left to do. Welcome, Zeroed Out. Welcome back. People should trickle in as things get going. And I did kind of post this late, the notification that this would be another Satisfactory stream. I know we kind of expected to go back to Hardspace this week. But I really wanted to finish this up, and I did some work. Actually, did a fair amount of work on it during the week. Little stuff. But I thought, I kind of wanted us to see it through together after such a arduous run. It really felt like we needed to see this done together. So I decided, we'll extend it to this weekend rather than my finishing it throughout the week. But I did get some things out of the way that weren't going to be real entertaining to watch on live stream. Largely being I fixed all of the pipes. So if you guys were here during the last one, we'll give a little quick recap. Welcome back, Greg. Greg being the solver of the railway mystery. Very much appreciated. I didn't have to fret with that. That was going to be something I was going to have to do this week, was figure out what was going on with the railway. But you solved that, so you saved me all kinds of headache. But we're going to do a quick recap of what happened last week because, again, 12 hours. And kind of the problem we ran into and what I had to do between streams to cover for it. And you can probably notice a wall of glass that wasn't there before. So last session, we built this entire facility. Like literally the entire thing. And a recap of what it does is this is basically two facilities in one that do the same thing. The massive circuit board facility that uses the petroleum-based alternate recipe for circuit boards, which is petroleum coke and rubber. And so it's out here at the Northern Spire, the new Update 6 Northern Spire, now that we can confidently build out in this area without having it all reworked out from underneath us. And again, it's going to be a very quick recap because I know most of the people who are on the stream are people who probably were already present and know about this. We'll go through one half of it because the other side is mirror flipped. Essentially, we have a bunch of crude oil coming in. We have a mixture of recipes in use here, which is why we have different colored machines. We have a majority of them are the polymer resin that produces the 130 polymer resin and 20 per minute heavy oil residue. And we have, and this takes 60 per minute. But using that recipe only, beyond the fact that it produces a ridiculous amount of resin, it's actually producing too much heavy oil. It's producing not enough for heavy. Think about how this worked out. It was not enough heavy oil. I have the rest spreadsheet over here. All right, it's doing it strictly this way. I think came out with too little heavy oil for the amount of petroleum coke we need to make. But so we all unlocked in episode 34. We unlocked another recipe, which is the same input output except the numbers are all different. So for half the crude, we produce twice as much heavy oil and significantly less resin. So this balances it out that if we do roughly every third or fourth machine with an alternate, so we have the alternates and then the big one, the less one, the big one, and so forth. We actually managed to balance it out. Of course, there's a little bit of underclocking going on, but it eats up exactly 600 crude on a Mark II pipe. And of course, the other side flips it. But then we have to pipe all of that. Welcome, Tennis. Welcome to the stream. I think it's a new name. If so, welcome to the channel as well. So, finishing up the recap, we pipe all of the resin up through 3 belt streams because we're producing way more resin than our little Mark IV belts can handle. And the heavy oil crude, or heavy oil resin, I feel like we are missing a pipe. This is, when we're done, this is what the done is going to look like, is us going back through and going, we missed something here. But that heavy oil should be going up, and it does not appear to be, which is probably because of what I did between episodes. In fact, it's got to be exactly what because of between episodes, which I'll explain in just a moment. But the resin goes up, and it hits how many machines per floor? Like 14 per floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 machines, 15 refineries per floor. So it's 30 refineries to process all that resin. And you can see there are also water pipes coming in. An identical setup up here. And we've split the resin exactly in half. So half of it is consumed by the bottom floor, half of it is consumed by the top floor. And this is something we didn't do last stream because I didn't get all the underclocking done. But essentially, we're going to have 2 floors worth of assemblers, which you'll see right there. And to make the math super easy, we split the floors of the resin and the petroleum coke into exactly 2 floors worth. So the bottom floor and the top floor all come out the same. And of course, the resin is turning into rubber, so that's what's happening here. But like this one right here, because it's on the first floor, is underclocked. That's not the one that's underclocked. It's the last one on the end, not the last one on the middle. This one's underclocked, so that it's 56.25%, and then the first one on this floor is also underclocked. The same, and that way the same amount of resin is consumed on each floor, producing the same amount of rubber on each floor. That way we don't have to do weird mergers and splitters between the final output to get to the circuit boards. And likewise, same goes with the petroleum coke. So hopefully I got all that right. And again, when we turn it all on, we'll find out. And I need to figure out why I have a pipe down here that I expect to go somewhere, but doesn't appear to be going. Maybe it is. Maybe it is going somewhere. Where is this pipe supposed to go? Heavy oil should be going to the petroleum. I am confused. Let's look at the air side, because the air side I think over... That should be going upstairs to the petroleum, but the petroleum's on the other side. As you can see, this is what happens when you don't look at a build for a few days. I really feel like I'm missing something here. This should be our heavy oil residue, and the heavy oil residue should be going to the petroleum coke. I feel like I'm missing something very obvious. But anyway, between sessions, so what happened last session was that we ran these conveyors just on one of these builds up to here. And, oh yeah, here's, no, stop getting distracted. And this worked out beautifully. So this conveyor coming up, to this edge, you can see how perfectly it fits. And starts the line of delivery of the resin. And it's perfect. I mean, this wasn't planned, right? We just kind of built it all and figured, well, we'll figure a way of running afterwards. And this came out so ideally perfect because it's right up against the glass. It comes out right where I needed to run the line. And it was amazing. We were so happy. And then I went to mirror it to the other side and it didn't fit. And our discovery was that that these right here, I had misaligned them. They were supposed to be centered. And this entire row was misaligned. It was forward one square. And the real lucky happenstance is that misaligning it made it work perfectly. The bad news meant that, you know, if we wanted the entire factory to be identical because OCD, and this is the Pixel Perfect series, we had to move all of the other refineries, which we did on stream, but that caused all these pipes to be misaligned. So between episodes, or between streams, I've gone back through and I've deleted all of the pipes and rebuilt all of them so that they are now aligned properly. So that's what I've done between streams. I have also gone ahead and placed the water extractors that we're going to need. Or there are some water extractors. And there's some on the other side. And I didn't do that on stream because lining them up is really tedious. But I do want to, on this stream, show you guys the methodology I use for lining water extractors up. Because unlike every other machine in the game, you can't snap it to a grid. There is a snap to, but not to a grid. And it makes a real challenge for getting them to line up beautifully with what we'll be piping. And there's a method for it, and it's a little hit and miss, and I want to go over that. But first I'm going to do, before running over there and showing you that, is I'm going to figure out where these pipes are supposed to be going, because they're clearly not going anywhere. I think that they belong here. Oh yeah, this is something I really didn't think about. Okay. So this is something that we overlooked in the previous run. And I'm glad we had this walk and talk because I wouldn't have realized it. If I had thought this out, I would have flipped these to that side because that's where the heavy oil is coming out. So that means we're going to have to pipe this up and over. Yeah, that's not ideal. We can do it. We can definitely do it. It just could have worked out better. If I had inverted these, it would have worked out perfectly. And we're not tearing all this down to move those over there. It's just not happening. So that's okay. I mean, a little bit of plumbing and we could probably bring them up like right here, like that. Bring it across and carry it through this opening and attach it right to there. I think that's what we're going to do. Final recap before we start doing that. I'm hitting my head. Fortunately, we have a jetpack now. So all the final products end up on these upper levels, right? So we have half of the petroleum coke is being produced right there, the other half right there. Same goes for the rubber. And we need to convert all of that into circuit boards. So we have one floor of the, there it is. They are coming up from underneath, right? This is the output side. Where is the input? So you can see underneath us where we're running a bunch of stuff. There we go. So here, coming up from the underneath is the, probably in this case, the rubber. And what we did is we attached all of these splitters to the glass. And you can see at the far end, it goes up and it runs through that whole thing, splitting across and going up straight into the machines. And then the other floor, right here, which is the other rubber, will go across this, goes over, pops up and runs across and feeds on the same level. In this case, we did the glass, underneath the glass again. But this time it is the petroleum coke that goes across. So, okay, yeah, this is the petroleum coke coming up from the floor below. And goes up and does the cross thing. So we're crossing the sides, not the ends. So the this side of the map is producing the rubber for that floor, and this side is producing the petroleum coke, and vice versa for the other floor. So all of that should be fine. Let's go up there. Just double checking real quick before we start building new stuff. And the remainder of this facility should not take our entire stream, and there are some things that we can do around the map. That would be stuff that I would kind of do off camera. That wouldn't be part of an episode. I just want to see where the input of belt's going this way. Okay, yeah, this is the one that's wrapping around, so this is the petroleum coke. All right. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything else obvious, like the piping. I mean, I would have turned this facility on, and we would have stood around going, all right, watching for the first machines to kick in, and there would have been no petroleum coke at all, because there was no heavy oil going to them. Oh, that would have been so bad. Oh, my goodness. Yes, power is a thing we're going to do today, too. Great, thank you for reminding me of that. We really would have turned it on and nothing would have happened. So yes, we still have to run power today. That shouldn't be too much of an issue. We have power coming to the facility. We did that at the end of last stream, but not running through the facility. So I think we're going to try to take advantage of, so the piping has you're not familiar with it, piping has a really cool feature. Here we see where it says build mode, it says auto. If I change that to horizontal versus vertical, it tries to make turns on its own. And sometimes that can really work out to our advantage for things like this. Now this isn't going to work out, but I'm going to show you. Obviously we want this to not go through the glass, so we're going to try to work it around the glass. But you can see how it took a turn on its own, and it's a good 90-degree turn. So if we give it a nice lined up target, it can make some nice turns for us. And we can really use that to our advantage. It's also, because we know this is going to be heavy oil, set our colors to the heavy oil color so the pipes can pre-draw their color. Now I think that that's going to be the pipe we're going to use, and I think we're going to try to go through here, but if it doesn't work out for us, we can pull one off the end, come up, and just run it across here. And actually, now that I think about it, we should do that because we can add a joint here, and that way it would split between both floors as opposed to having to run the full length. Probably should do that. I think that's going to work better for us. All right. So we're already going to scrap the initial idea. We're going to hit buttons randomly until we get the right thing. So we want it to line up right here. My guess is going to be right there. One up. All right. Also, between streams, when I was rerunning all of these pipes, I actually came up with another way of doing this. I'm not going to say a better way. I'm going to say a different way. And it was better for the situation I was in, which I'll explain in a moment. We need that to go up. And we will attach to the end, and then it'll go. That line, that is lined up, right? Yeah. Perfect. And we'll come out and around. Question is, where do we bring us up at? I think we bring it up to the floor because it's as we saw when we tried to do the other one, it's on the line. It looks somewhat awkward, so we put it. Nope, we need that. Put that right here. So how is everybody's weekend going? I hope everyone's doing well. I ramble on about these things. So here's where that piping, auto piping should come out real nice. Look at that. See, we don't have to do anything weird about getting that corner lined up. I love that feature so much. And we'll have to do this, of course, for the other side as well. Don't think we can get away. Also, which side you start to draw from? Yeah, it's not too long. It's too long. Not long enough. Which direction you draw from will change where the bend is as well. Yeah, so we're one in. I know that this is not going to. I'm going to delete the pipe in a moment here, but so if we're lined up, this is just like the same rules as a conveyor. We line it up and then move it by 2, and that will give us our perfect turn. That actually shouldn't be It's still, look at how close it is. Ah. All right, let's see if we can get away with using the auto thing to make that turn for us without having to have another stand. We'll remove the stand that's there. If not, we'll replace it. No, we did not want to do that. Yeah, I see no other mode's gonna handle that. All right, that's okay. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with us having these here. I try to get away with fewer connectors on the pipes than I do the conveyors, because, you know, in the real world, you see piping everywhere. They're big steel things. They can support themselves. They don't have to be as connected at all points all the time. So I want to see if this would have, that's the way we want it to look, but I want to see if we'd connected it from the bottom to the top, if it would run differently. Nope, not in this case. All right. All right, so that's going to work now. And of course, we do still need to go through also and put water pumps to get, or fluid pumps to get them between floors, but that's not going to be a big problem. The long run between sides. All right. Fortunately, since we mirrored the entire facility, what works for one side always works for the other. Where did we put that? I think we put it right here. I think. Can we see from here? Can't see from here. That's all right. I can adjust it later if it's off. And as you can see, the bend is in a different place because the orientation of the machines. It won't affect what we're doing. That. Boy, neither of those look lined up. We'll put two of them down, just and we'll delete the one that isn't right. Okay, I think so. The rule of two works for turns, but for the cross sections on piping, you want to be in set by one, not by two. So even though I'm lining that up to be a straight line, I only wanted to go in by one, not two, because the pipe itself isn't turning. What I'm doing is putting an end cap on it. And you only want that offset by one. Perfect. That looks right. Yeah. Nice. You know what would also help would be if I put this up here. All right, excellent. And I don't mind, you know, like I said, it would have been more, hang on, I'd say convenient if we had flipped the side so that the piping could have come straight up and into the Coke machines. But, you know, it makes the area look a little more industrial having some piping running around, so I do not mind this at all. Check the other. Where do we put the other one? I think we put it in the same spot. We did. Perfect. Excellent. All right. Yeah, power and connecting the water. So I'm going to go out to the water area. That one's connected. The other one isn't. I do want to go over these. And as you can see, between I did a little bit of testing on final design, and I think I came up with the way I want it. And so I'll show you from this side as well. Let's just jump. So originally we were gonna go up and then do like a wall and then flatten the top, and then I realized we could, going out to that side, that far, if we turn it back in as a diamond, it actually clears the top refineries perfectly, and it's just enough to go, I believe, to go across the top assemblers as well. I'll double check and make sure, obviously. But I like it better this way. I like how it comes back on itself. Now it's not going to be a full diamond because we'd have to go way up and just have a tremendous amount of dead space just to make the diamond, and I don't think it would look too good. So I'm fine with just flattening it out, but I like it coming back in instead of it just going straight up and across. I think this is a better solution. So I'm quite happy with that as well. I haven't decided whether or not we're going to paint this because I want the hard concrete facade for the cradle that we're going to build, that the whole thing sits in. And if we have that nice dry concrete look, in fact, that's kind of dark, then we could lighten it up a little bit. You know, if we then paint this, like the exterior, like blue or green or whatever to match the scenery, it might not look as much like it's part of the build. But on the other hand, it might make the cradle look more like a cradle, which might actually be better. So I don't know. I don't know yet if we want to paint it. There's pros and cons. I want to show you real quick on what we did with the water, and the other side, for coming in the other side, is the same. I had to dodge some trees here, so it's not a straight line. So these are all nice and lined up. We got a nice sharp turn on these, and this is not an easy thing to get, and they're all lined up exact. And this is it's a real pain to get this to work right. I want to show you how I did it. And of course, it's producing too much water for one pipe. Each of these machines produces it's not showing it, 120 per minute. Because I'm clicking on the pipe, not the machine. 120 per minute, so 5 of them is 600. But let's build out a little bit away from it so that they're not influencing what I'm trying to show you. So first of all, if we build one of these, there's no snap to grid, right? It won't snap to the, I mean, look, it's trying to snap to the actual foundation on it. That doesn't do us any good. We need to be in the water. They will snap to each other, which is something that they added at some point, which is great. It's fantastic, but you still have to get one lined up correctly. And if we place one of these in the center, would make this easier is if we use a tile that actually has a center. And grab one. You see, we can snap to that lineup, which is great, but that doesn't make for the straight up and down, because if it's farther back away from the platform, then it's going to be a curve. If it's too close to the platform, it'll S-turn inwards. You know, for example. So that looks like a perfect curve, but we also don't have the junctions on it. But if this is what we were going for, then this would be quite nice. But that was luck. That was pure luck that I placed it in the right spot. Right? If we were too close, oh, hang on. We have the auto mode on. It's cheating for us. We would get something like that. So you can see how they don't line up automatically based on the snap to grid. But what I do is if we set one, I think it's one off right here. So we don't want it to snap to that one. We want it to snap to the one in front of us. But as you can see, when we bring it forward, we get that line up with the other one. And there's a little bit of play, but it tells us where we're at. And so we can figure out how many pixels basically back with that alignment that we want to get. And this, again, won't line up the same as those because I don't have the other pipe. But that's how we can judge the distance easily from the platform by doing a temporary wraparound, and then we can just delete them afterwards. That line gives us the line that we're working on. Now, of course, we have the white grid of the building itself down in the water, but seeing where that is in relation to the platform is just because it's going all the way down the water, and so you can't really tell. To line it up, it's just no good. So those are the tricks that I've come up with for lining up the water extractors. That's what I did between streams, was get all that lined up and just run all the piping. Should have gone to the other one because the other one still has to be connected to the building. Need turbo boots. A little faster. Oh, fell off. And over here, see, I just ran a couple pipes up through the walls to run them to the machines. Simple enough. I think we still need to do that on the other side. We'll go and do that right now. And then we run the power and turn it on. And again, we still need to put all the fluid pumps. In fact, I should have done fluid pumps over there to get the water up. But I think what we'll do is we'll focus on one side at a time. And getting that one side will tell us that our pumps are the right height, and then we'll copy that to the other side. We'll just get half of it running. Where is the water going? I think it needs to go up there. thought I had done these already. I did not. Actually, before we do that, we're not running those pipes anymore. All right. Not floor hole. Oh, no. No. Yes. I think that's right. Hey, nailed it. And then we need one for the other floor, which we don't have any windows to connect to. All right, well then, let's do that first. Instead of just having a floating pipe hole. All right, straight across there. That feels like that should have been right. I think that's right. And this is part of why I wanted to do, between streams I came through and I repiped all of this stuff because they were all offset by one. I knew that we were going to be running things like this, and later on I'd have to change all of this if, off stream when I fixed it all. I figured it was better to get it done ahead of time before we had to run these pipes to the exterior. Let's paint these. So I'm leaving that yellow. I like it. All right. And I just need to finish running those to here. And you can see I've pre-run the power at least to the water pumps. We just need to figure out how far these are going to go out. That's not going to be there. I also discovered something. So, I run a mod called Construction Preferences, which is allowing me, when I'm building this pipe, for it to come out on a pipe stand as opposed to a pipe connector. And I discovered, while I was running these, that there's a secondary advantage to it, which is that it works with Zoop. So when I do the first one, I've clicked once. Now I can zoop up. So that will automatically draw my second pipe, or the second pipe connection. Super convenient. Oh, so convenient. Add into a larger foundation, so it looks like it's sitting in there. I think we're going to go diagonal from here because I don't want to run through these. I'll jump. Much as I like right angles everywhere, sometimes it makes sense not to do it. So, next thing is whether or not this is going to do the perfect S turn. Also, needed to put that over here. auto? Let's hear. Yeah, horizontal, vertical. See how nice that mode is? Look at that. Makes that turn for us. Just nice. So perfect. That mode has saved me so many headaches. I want to make sure these don't run into each other. Nope, they're clearing. All right. Paint them blue. I'll leave the connectors yellow. All right, looking good. All right, that is... that's everything. I think we just run power and start turning things on and adding pumps as we go. We're going to run pumps right now on the first, because this is the bottom. Pumps on here, they are. Mark II, because these are... I don't remember if the Mark II is because they are 600, Mark II lines, or it's just because they push... I think it's just that they push further. I don't think they care about the capacity. And this is snapping, you can see it snapping to the one next to it, which is kind of nice. Although that one doesn't have to go as far. The only problem is that it's hard when you're up close to see... Actually, this right here. Just how far this is going to go. I think that when we were doing the outline that it was making it all the way up to the top. We will find out. We're going to need power to them, which I think we're going to inherit through the wall. So we don't need to run power out here. But we should do this while we're here. Hopefully we can... Oh, where are we going? I think that's the height we normally use. Is that going to reach? Wow. That must have been right on the max range. MK2 is 50 meters head lift. Okay, thanks. That's why I thought it was a head lift versus capacity. I know that they didn't add these originally. That they had to come back later and add new pumps. But I didn't remember if it was to address the additional head lift needs or if it was to match the Mark IIs. Because remember, they were very reluctant in adding Mark II pipes. They really did not want to add them. Wanted to make us stick with 300. Probably should put one here. That's going to be... Well, these are 8 meters, right? So that's 16. I think we can get away with a Mark 1. Back up so I can actually see where it's going. Oh yeah, easily. And we'll need power for that as well. I'm not going to run the power across. It's going to be... It'll look silly. Let's see, before I do that, because I'm going to see where this power is going to come from. Oh, I'm going to wait on that. Because this is where our power is coming to the entire facility. And I want to figure out where I'm going to start connecting the power. And then I'll line it up to go to the window as best as I can. So I think that right now, that is our thing. Plus, when we run it to the window, we can run it on the outside and back in. And that could be the way we take our power between floors. I don't think they added the ability to put these underneath. Nope. That would be super cool. I mean, we can attach these to the side. Like this. Huh. I think maybe that's what we do. Rather than running poles. Not that I'm overly against poles, but it's really cool when we can do stuff like this. So where would we want to build this? I mean, I don't know that we're going to be able to avoid poles. Maybe we are. We have so many machines. And I don't think we have Mark III. We do not. I'm curious. Because I'm like, I never bother using Mark III poles. Because Mark II already produces so many connections that usually with the density of buildings, you've already covered all the buildings within its radius without it getting ugly. I believe we buy them from here. Attachments. Unavailable. Unlocked by ma'am. But I'm thinking right now the Mark IIIs might actually be useful. Guessing Caterium. No. Oh yeah. No, high-speed connectors. That's why we're building this facility, to get circuit boards to make high-speed connectors. I don't think we're gonna, because I'm not gonna handcraft. It's against our policy. We don't handcraft. I do have a facility set up to manually, to feed, that builds high-speed connectors back at home. That's 100. That's gonna take us. It's gonna take us too long. I don't want to sit here on stream. I mean, like this. That's something that I could do off stream, off camera. Sit around and wait for those to produce. I'm not going to subject everybody else to that. That's all right. It causes us to come up with creative solutions. And let's see here. So we're going to want to do, let's see here, it's 7 per. One coming in, one going out. That's 5 max per connector. Let's do 4. Because it's always nice to have a leftover in case something else comes up and go, oh man, I need to draw a line off of this. That's right in the center of these right here. This is going to be so cool being able to do this off the side of platforms. So yeah, I think that'll be fine. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. We'll place them here. wire it as we go. I don't actually need to have it selected because we can it'll auto build. So grab this one for a line. There we go. Oh. And these will be strictly for the first floor machines, and we probably should cross-connect them instead of just walking away from it and then wondering why when we turn the whole thing on that half of the machines don't turn on. Or nearly all of them, I guess. Only the front ones would have turned on. It's a good point that the back of the machine is a connector that maybe we should alternate what side. Since we're flipping the machines. I mean, I don't have a problem with it running across, but it might look more clean. Let's connect these up and decide whether or not we want to come back and change them, because I do like it when it's nice and tight like that. So maybe that's something we can consider doing. That was that one's 1 and 2. Well, yeah, exactly, Greg. It's now, since you pointed out that they're connected to the back of the machine, maybe that's what I'll do is go back to that side and flip the connectors to the other wall. I mean, that's the side that the power was coming in, which is why I did that side. So the initial connection to the building might be a little bit of a weird. Two, three, four. Perfect. That's right. I think there's 24 refineries on the first floor, so it comes out quite nicely. We'll get these connected and we'll run back over. What we could do. Put one right here. Wait for the autosave. Use this to transfer across. Not only transfer across, but this now gives us a live node at the middle that we can use for transfers elsewhere. This will actually work out pretty good. Or pretty well. And we'll just delete these as we go. I like how it cleans up all the wires when you take out the node or the machine or whatever that the wire was running to. Oh, that one was off center anyway. Look at that. So I was going to run the power straight up from the original input, this. But now we're on the other side. That one was off too. What was I thinking? All right. I might replace that one right there anyway and just use it as the get it off the ground connection that can go out. Also run it to here. I think that's okay where it's at. Yeah, no reason to overthink this. I think this should clear just fine. Still line it up the way we were. Alright. We're not going to connect it across because I don't want to turn the whole facility on. Until we can turn the whole facility on. I considered running it, like you're saying, right, running it across to the other side of the hypertube. The reason I didn't is because the wire would run through the hypertube if it went across. I could prevent that by going back into the floor and running it the length of the interior. But I think this is fine, because we're going to need transfer up onto this side anyway. I think this will be alright. This will give us a node that we can hit early machines from if we don't use the middle node to propagate outwards. And this one can go down to the wall. If I end up not liking this, then I'll probably fall back on doing exactly what you're saying. But if I'm going to change this to the other side, I'm going to do so by going into that floor and rerunning the wire all the way down the trail, so that it comes up that wall as opposed to coming up this wall and then crossing over. Whoop. That being said, we do now know that we can run. Like, what? Something's blocking my cursor. So I think it's that conveyor. Tentatively, we're going to say that will connect to the exterior. No, it's not, because it's going to run through that pipe. We'll go with that. That way it can come down and catch the pump without running into the pipe. And this other side will be connected probably here. We might move it. But I think we got enough of a basis now where we can start running to other machines. This is, I think, 10 machines on that side and 9 machines on this side. Or 10 and 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. Actually, I gotta just turn it around because it's mirrored. Yeah, 5 and 4. Yeah, so 9 on the air side. So we could do 5 and 5. No. We're going to do or leave these two, and then those two can meet in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of wiring to be involved. Obviously, we can't wire behind these on this side. We could do it on this side. If we're talking about being at the back. And it's mirrored, so... Alright, alright. I think we got it here. We will do every other. Yeah, the Mark III wall pulls would be actually pretty useful right now. But I'm okay. I'm okay with it. So let's see how this looks. Not great. I mean, I don't beat myself up totally about sometimes wires going through things, because wires run through walls and stuff all the time anyway, but these might actually look better using actual poles, because it'll raise the height, the origin height of the tower. Which case we would be right here. Right there. I'm going to say that's probably what we're going to go with. So we'll connect these four like we did on the previous floor. That'll go to there. Yeah, I think I like that much better. And we just grab this guy and repeat. And then we'll figure out how we're going to attach it to the full grid. Oop, that is not... We didn't go far enough. One more. Wait a minute, what? The connectors are on the other side. Right, because I flipped the machine, so they're front to front, not back to back. That's not right. That is the back. Our connectors are on the front, not the back? I was thinking they were on the back. No, they're on the front. Okay. That changes things. Yeah, dragging them to the floor. I mean, maybe? If we're wanting to stick with powering from the back, there's going to be a wall here. We could actually run them across that wall and connect them from behind. kind of liked this though. You know, because we'd be able to run down and see all the wires running. But I don't like this so much. Especially if we're staying consistent with our floor to machine here, our wall connector scheme, which I agree is much more clean. So let's run these. We'll worry about those in a moment. Oh, right. I'm like, why am I not getting the clicky sound? Because that one is connected. Over there. Connect, connect. That means this is where we're going. I don't know if I'm going to run anything through a floor. It would be nice if we had floor pass-throughs like we have wall pass-throughs. Okay, I think we're just going to dedicate 2 to this one. Welcome, Tejium. Yeah, yes. Yes, this is very complicated. There's a lot going on in this place. Definitely a lot going on in this place. Let's mirror this. We know we like this, so let's mirror it over here. We'll deal with the second, or I guess third floor after these are addressed. There's not a walkthrough. Oh, there wouldn't be, right? Because there should be. No, there wouldn't be because of the mirror. Hang on. Right, because the mirroring's on the other side and then over. So the walkway will be over this. Right, okay. You know, whenever there's an inconsistency, you kind of have to investigate it because it might mean an error. And if you wait to resolve that error after building more stuff, then it's just more work to fix it later on. So these are going over here. And welcome back, Jake. Glad you can make it. Yeah. Yeah, did not intend that last session to be 24 hours, or 12 hours. Oh, how do we want to bridge this gap? Let's not bridge it yet. We can probably bring that up from downstairs. To be honest, the reason why I marathoned last session was because of a particular viewer who joined late and was in the hospital. And while he was in the hospital, I kind of wanted to hang out with him and give him something to watch, take his mind off of his situation. Plus, it was great to hang out with people, but I would not have carried on for the 12 hours otherwise. I think I'm moving this one over. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're gonna put this one right in the middle. But we got a lot done as a result. We're definitely not doing 12 hours in this run. But hopefully we get this facility done by, like I said, I try to stream usually for 4.5 hours ish. I mean, that's more or less been established by our mini hard space shipbreaker streams, just based on how long it takes to do X number of ships. But it's kind of become the norm for this channel, so I try to shape my other streams around that general time frame. And assuming that we finish this before that 4.5 hour mark, I have other things to do in the world that doesn't have to be on camera, you know, for the episodes that we can do in live stream. So we will definitely keep going after this facility is done, assuming we haven't hit the 4.5 hour mark. Yeah, and building takes extra long when you're a crazy OCD person and you have to go back and fix things that are perfectly functional but are not to your standard. So all these are wired, but not all wired together. So this is a recipe for disaster. So we probably should get these to a spine first and then go over to the other side and do those. Of course, that's on the other side. That's no help. We don't need that anymore. We can connect that to, what's the closest one? I think they're about the same. I think we're right in the middle. This one's a little closer. That's the last connection we can put on that because it needs to go to something that's giving it power. That's not true, maybe. So we don't know how we're going to get power on the line. All the first floor ones are connected because they connect in the hub right here in the middle. But we need to have at least one connector with an opening to connect it to the outside world. Right now, that one on the end is the most likely candidate because it's closest to that node right there. Or this node right here. Which will probably get moved. So that's probably what we're going to do. This will probably, in fact, when I placed this, it's supposed to be right here. Okay. Alright, so we're not connecting this to the outside world. This is going to be the thing that's keeping our entire factory offline. Our last connection will be this. That to there will be the last connection. In fact, I'm going to use something I've never, ever, ever used in the game. Literally have never placed this object. There are two sides to it. Oh yeah, that's that one's got the switch on it. Power switch is off. Okay. All right. Now we have a big switch that we can flip to turn the whole facility on. How awesome is that? I genuinely have never used one of those. All right. that makes the entire first floor is live to the network. I think we just connected. Right, so this row is now live to the network. That means this next segment has to be connected. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, I'll next time we're next to the switch, I'll go and click on it. Yeah, because my entire base is one grid. I guess now it's two grids because of that. I've always been all or nothing on the way I build factories. Either it all works or it all dies. Okay, so we need to connect that to S. I don't want to connect that to there. Yeah, that'll reach just fine. So we can do that. I'm okay with that. That brings those 5 online. We'll do the same with these 4. Hey, lady, welcome back. Good seeing you. We're just wrapping ourselves in cables. I also have noticed, though I haven't mentioned, that I am just about out of cabling. Noticed it while I was placing the cables. I don't think I have enough to wire up the next side. Yeah, you can see I only have 7 cable left on me. So it's time to go back to the train. No, wait a minute, not necessarily. We did use some cabling in the build. Might have some up here. And we do not. The floating sign always throws me off before it disappears. That's one of the mods I'm running, is the one that puts the sign on automatically, which is really neat. Because it tells you how full the container is, and if it's only got one type of product in there, it'll tell you what the product is. I really like that mod. If the screens that we can put on there ourselves could read the contents, the percentage of the contents, then I wouldn't bother using that mod. But being able to glance at it and see how full it is just phenomenal. It really goes back to the one thing that I feel like this game is missing, and I don't know whether or not they're planning on adding, which is logic systems. I think that this game could really go to the next level if they added logic systems. The ability to read how many you have of something and tell something to trigger based on it. You know, like having trains park themselves until the container is full, something like that, so the trains aren't running all the time. Or if another system can request, you know, I'm running low on this, and the train somewhere pulls out a station and goes and takes the items to that station. There's so much potential to this game if logic systems get added. Fortunately, they have not done so, and they haven't made any indication they're planning to do so. Yeah, cable and concrete both catch me off guard. Cable, usually is the thing that catches me off guard the most, because you use so little of it that you never, I'm never checking to see if I have enough on me. Like if I'm going to build a big thing, I know I come with a train full of concrete, but I get ambushed by cable running out, and it's so many times I've had to run back to my base all the way because I need a stack of cable. And it's frustrating because like just one tiny one stack. I have to go back for one stack. That's second floor. We're doing. Yes, right. This is right. This is right. We are now mirrored on the other side. You should be. Yeah, looks alright. But yeah, cable tends. I mean, obviously, I run out of concrete more often because of how much we use of it, but I'm usually less surprised when I run out of concrete. The other thing that gets me is iron plate. I'll get cut off by iron plate all the time since it's only mainly used for Mark 1 belts, but you end up it's easy to forget that it gets used in so many other things on a relatively small scale that it gets eaten up. Things like walls use iron plate, and like connectors for conveyors and stuff like that. Rods will also get me. I think we're entering it right here. And for me, rods and iron plate can be doubly annoying because I have not yet connected them to my warehouse. I have to run to the buildings that are actually making them. Just because I haven't come up with a clean way of getting them around without running them through the yard. And I've been too lazy to do so. Okay, that's 5. The mod for the storage is let's just look. container screen. These are all the mods that I'm running. Section preferences, as we've talked about, is what allows me to do straight to Mark II poles or stacking poles. Container screens does the screen thing. Ficsit Cam is the non-functional thing that I use for making time lapses. Infinite Zoop's pretty obvious. Permaday I used because I'm a YouTuber. I mean, when I play, if I'm not making videos and I'm playing for myself, I don't use permaday because I like the nighttime in the game. I like having reason to do lighting. There's a lot of great nighttime effects in like trees that glow, but it's just so much better for making videos if everything's always bright. Removing early access pop-up is just that when you load up the game, there's that pop-up that you have to click on to say I acknowledge this is early access. That takes that window away. And train table is a thing that allows me to modify, or it gives me basically the same interface as if I'm clicking on a train station. And then of course the mod loader is what loads all the mods. The train table is this, which is neat. Just, I mean, obviously we only have 3 trains and only 2 of them are running. But you know, when I'm stranded out in the middle of nowhere, it allows me to call my personal train to me without running all the way to a station. It's pretty neat. It'll probably become more and more interesting as we add more trains. Which once this facility is done, we will be adding a new train to the network, and probably reconfiguring how some of the air trains function. Maybe we'll see. All right, so we need every 4 for this one. Well, it's 4, 4, and 2. Whoop. I may do a playthrough at some point in the future, series in the future, that uses mods. Like the micromanager mod that allows you to curve, you know, things and make interesting and round shapes. I think you use that, right, lady? At least you said in one of your series. It's really cool the stuff you can make with it, but as I've said many times, I'm strictly vanilla because I want people to be able to replicate what I do without having to, you know, feeling like they have to run mods. But if I do a future series where I do mods, I can always say, this is modded, and if you don't want to see modded, go back and watch the other series. Alright, so I think we just need to get this on the grid, and that's all. Yeah, so those 5 are on the grid, those 4 are on the grid. Let me see where I connected this one. I connected that one all the way down on the end. No, I did that one on the end, but let's walk this one and see if there's a better lining. Like this is a better alignment. Pretty decent. That one's way off. So yeah, so I should have done the center is what I should have done. In fact, I think I'm going to do that. I mean, you know, the whole point of this middle grid here is for it to be a access point. I think that using it in this fashion kind of illustrates its purpose better. All right, there we go. Jake, what does refined power do? Not familiar with that mod. I have a cursory familiarity with a number of the mods just by looking through the list of available mods, but I haven't used most of them. Alright, I think all of the second floor is now online. And I think I want to do wind power. Yeah, I think that they've. I think the mod. I think that the developers have said that they have no intention of doing wind power because they want to control your energy options for, limited resources. I could see them doing hydropower because there's a limited number of like waterfalls in the game, and it'd be the same as the geopower. They are specific tagged areas that you have to use those areas only, and therefore they control the amount of power you get from them. So I can see them doing that. But based on what they've said, I think they have no intention of doing wind. I would use wind. I think it would be great. All right. So we're gonna do power here. My debate's whether or not I want to do this on camera. Like, as in, I'm still recording the previous episode, or next episode. And debating if I want to record. Nah, I'm not going to. I'll do a walkthrough. If I was going to record running the power for that, I probably should have recorded doing all this power. So let's see here. I'm not going to connect them to the grid yet. I think I'm going to try to connect them from the back, but I think that these are going to go up to here to feed the assemblers. So we can probably go off of one of these onto a wall and then string it across the wall to here. So what we're going to do is we're going to just run all of this. I think we got enough material. All the way to the end, put the walls up, and then come back and connect wall connectors and see how it looks. Keep nearly running off the edge because it's so easy to, like, I have an object there. No, I don't. I'm still making the object. I have fallen through these so many times because I'm used to playing without Zoop. I mean, I'm better now at it, but when they first added Zoop, and for a good while after adding the Zoop, I would fall through the Zoop outline constantly because before Zoop, the only thing that you saw that wasn't there was something that was building. And I was used to clicking and then it building, and then I stepped straight onto it. And here you're clicking and it's Zoop instead, and I'd click and walk onto what should be an object coming into place, but I'm in Zoop mode, and so it hasn't actually started building, and I just fall right through it. And I did that so many times, over and over and over again. It's just like, and I'd feel dumb every time I do it because, like, first couple of times, all right, you fooled me. But it got to a point where I should have stopped making that mistake, and I was still doing it. It's like, when am I going to learn? I've gotten a little bit better about it. In fact, I think last episode I did it again while I was building the walkway, wherever that is, over there. Yeah, it's just I see the color of it appear, and since I'm used to that outline, meaning it's in mid build, it automatically indicates to me that it's okay to step on it, even though you don't see it yet. But now it's the Zoop outline, and therefore it's not building. It's not actually there. Every time I'd fall through, it's like I did that again. I did that again. This may or may not look good. We're gonna check. So this is our walkway to look at cool stuff. So I want to keep it up high enough that it's above our heads. I think it'll be alright to look down and see the streams coming over of cable. This is going to be okay. That means this would be right here. So wherever this is going to come from, it'll be down there somewhere. Might work out to do a double here that's going to power those pumps. Because you know on the other side we put the double downstairs, but we said it might not remain there. So this might be an excuse to put a double up here, connect that across, you know, on its way to something over here, and have it go down. I think that's going to make sense. I figure out where the center is. I think it's going to be right there. No, it's not. Not only is it not, but that's going to run it to a pipe. That's going to be it right there. So that should be fine. At least it would be if I put it at the right height. Alright, I think that's it. I think that's it. Oh yeah, yeah. Last that the infinite zoop I did last stream was by far the worst I've ever done. We explored that side of the entire new area unintentionally by having to clean up all the zoop mess. I can mitigate that. So infinite zoop, the mod. Show you. There's two functions to the mod. There's two modes to the mod. For those who haven't used it, what am I looking for, ma'am? We're using the cheat mode of the mod, which is, or they hadn't called it cheat mode. But you can do research through the zoop levels to unlock additional zoop. As you can see, I've actually clicked through and done most of them anyway. But right now, if I weren't in cheat mode, I wouldn't have infinite zoop. I'd have 55 zoop. So if I disabled the cheat version of it, then the worst I could do is accidentally go 55. And just not do the further research that goes beyond that, just to limit myself. But it's not terribly unusual for me to go more than 55 on purpose. And I don't see the need to go through the motions of extending it. I mean, the whole point is for it to be infinite. The point of using the mod is to get away from the restriction of zoop. It wasn't that the starting, you know, zoop mode, the standard zoop mode of 10 was too few. It was that there was any restriction at all in zoop. That was the problem with the addition of that function of the game. So 55 is just an extension of the problem. It's not a solution to the problem. I think we're just going to put it right here in the middle. And continue to do 4s. We'll have a 3 here at the end, but that's all right. And that's the middle right there. Oh. That doesn't do any good. I have idly considered, I'm pretty sure I've seen, I feel like I've seen a mod out there that allows you to daisy chain power between buildings. And it's something I've kind of considered. I don't know what my opinion is of daisy chaining between buildings. I know that when I first started playing the game, I didn't understand why we couldn't daisy chain between buildings. Like with lighting, we can daisy chain between lighting. And I was 100% all for there being a solution for daisy chaining machines. But that was before they had wall connectors. And now I'd have to think pretty hard about whether or not I'd want to have daisy chaining. Obviously, it would make things a lot easier. It's just that it would eliminate the need to do all this fancy wiring. And I feel like having all this fancy wiring kind of has become part of the character of the game. And I don't think I want to not do this anymore. Yeah, I thought there was. I thought I saw a mod at some point that had daisy chaining available on it. I don't think that at this point I would want to do it, just because the wiring schemes are such a part of the game at this point that just having wires go between all the machines would eliminate so much of that. It would definitely make things easier. I just about walked right off the edge of that. There's no wall there. I don't think I would do it at this point. The daisy chaining. Wall connectors really eliminated a lot of my frustration with how power was run in the game. It makes things so clean. Why is this already run somewhere? Is this something we oh, it was something we tested out and then abandoned. I didn't clean it up. Wall connectors eliminated almost all my frustration with how power was in the early game. Early access. Early version. You know, getting power in and out of buildings doesn't have to go through holes in the wall anymore or pass through walls. And tight builds don't have to have a bunch of poles in weird places. It's just so much more clean. Okay, 3 on this one. That's the middle right there-ish. Yes, right there. There have been so many great quality of life updates to this game since it originally came out. I so appreciate that the developers aren't just adding, adding content and a race for the finish line. They're actually improving the game as they go, and it is so appreciated. All right. Those are all connected. Did I run that across? I did. So the question is, do I want to do wires across one side? I don't think so, because I think I'm going to have to do. I'm going to do the third floor double anyway over there for the water. I think we'll just do this. Connect it over here somewhere. By the way, I extended these out. I put this wall up so they could see how this would come out. Did this off camera. And then I put ladders up, so I had to keep jetpacking up and down. And I really like the way it came out. I like having these ladders on the extremes. Feels more factory-like. I think that's going to meet up with. Here, I don't want to put a connector there because it's going to run into the ladder. How we're going to do these. These, I don't know if I want to do these on the edges or not. These are going to be open edges. That sound I just made on my mouth probably didn't come over the mic real well. And we do 10 per side, so 5 and 5. There's no clean way to connect to a roof. Not without mods, right? I mean, if we had... No way to... Oh, does it? Wait a minute. When did this happen? Alright, well, I guess that's an option then. That means we need to make a roof. Oh, good suggestion. I could have swore I just tried that downstairs, didn't I? When we were at the initial connection to the building, I thought I tried that and it didn't work. Oh, because this is a roof tile. Right, because this is a foundation, right? I'm guessing that's what it is? It doesn't connect to a... Oh, and I just missed. No? Okay, I don't know. I don't know why it didn't work the first time. Make our way back upstairs. Ah. Alright, well then, maybe that's a thing we do then. I just totally missed the ladder. You can see why I'm so bad at parkour. I couldn't even jump straight at a ladder. That means we need to figure out how the roof's going to run. Because we need to figure out what pattern we're going to use for the roof. See if this actually lines up. We're flipping the roof every other. Nope. That needs to be facing inwards. I think. Yeah, see, this one starts going inwards. That means the pattern's off. Yeah, that might be it, Greg. We might just not... do glass down the middle. Or we'll do an actual foundation down the middle. Oh no, it would really ruin the view. Let's see here. Let's bring him towards the middle. We have options. Let's at least get it to where it would meet. So that should be equal, right? That's one. Yep, one in on both sides. Good. I do one more. Do that. Question is, will it alternate all the way to the to the other end? This is the crazy dum-dum stuff I do off camera and then delete it. And don't tell anyone that I did it. Let's just run it. Let's just run it and see if it works out. Instead of, you know, doing something smart like math and figuring it out. I mean, they're pairs of twos, and it's an even width, or even length, so it should work out. Unless we run out of silica. Oh, and I think we are... Did I bring any back? I think I might have brought some back. So... before starting last stream, I brought 100% of our silica that we've had stored for the entire run of the series. We've been slowly siphoning off of one container that we built using bio burners at the original quartz node that we never actually built out. Down here. So if you were around, we're waiting for the autosave anyway. If you were around in the early episodes, we drove out to, this was the only quartz field that I knew off the top of my head. And we just needed a few quartz to do some things. And of course this isn't attached to the base, there's no power running to it. And I just threw down a bio burner and just ran some machines for a while. And then brought it all home. So that was our one-shot hit to get all of our silica for doing glass. As of the live stream last week, that was all of our silica that we had ever made. But before that live stream, I set up a machine. I don't remember if I went between episodes and picked up silica or not. I know that I did. I don't know if I... Oh, I think it was all in my inventory. So yeah, we burned it all. It was in my inventory, that's where it was, so we used it all up. So, we need to make a trip. We're going to the hub, not to home. So when we did... I don't know, some odd episodes ago, we set up quartz crystal facility at the electronics hub because we knew we were going to need it for oscillators. And there are two pure nodes of quartz at that location. So we tapped one of them and made it 100% for the quartz crystal, and we left the other one completely unused for silica in the future. But we haven't had a use for silica outside of our construction uses. So we didn't bother setting anything up for it. before last stream, I ran over there and I just threw a constructor down in a storage bin. Completely temporary. Because I knew that we were going to use a ton of glass in this build. Alright, we're going to try... Beat the train, beat the train, beat the train. I'm already regretting this. It's not good. It doesn't have to unload. It should be coming back this way. So how much silica did we get? I just hit take all. Okay, that's way more than we need for the... Gonna have to fall off. Jump a little bit. Alright. Oh, we only have one spot on that one. Oh, no! It turned! Train turned! No! Come back! Oh, too late. It's already gone around the corner. I needed to go back to the next car so I could unload. I should have looked ahead to see that it was going to turn out from under us. Whoa. I heard an oncoming train. Oh, it probably coasted all the way. It definitely had a lot of speed up. See, there's the use for that train mod. Stopping runaway trains. Alright, this is what I wanted to get to this car, because I don't want to fill my inventory up full of silica. We only use 2 silica per window, so... I know I've mentioned it before, but I can't overstate it. Having a personal train is, in my opinion, mandatory. Should always have a personal train. Carry all your construction stuff you need and ferry you from place to place. It is just the best. Alright. Try this again. Missed. Would help if we had the window coming up so we know where we're at. Alright, yeah, so those are, because it was an even number, so that worked out. I think we're okay with doing that pattern. So if we're going to use ceiling connections. Actually, before we do that, let's get, because we're trying to keep our parity. Let's get our other one over here. I don't think I can change. Oh, I can. Nice. Well, I mean, I knew I could do it from there. I didn't. I just noticed that we're now out of. Yeah, here's what I was saying. I can't switch on, and we are out of quickfire. Of course, one build later, and we're out immediately of another resource. Out. Off the ledge. I should have checked the container up top. I don't know that we have quick wire in it. All right. And we just came from the quick wire facility. All right, so that's all the quick wire we have on us. We shouldn't have redundancies between the two cars. Welcome to the live stream where you can watch me run back and forth between two things over and over again due to a lack of preparedness. And you know, while I was there just now, I probably should check my inventory for anything that I'm shy on. Okay, yeah, there wasn't any in here. Like concrete. These take concrete. I know those take concrete. Those take concrete. Oh, yeah. Fortunately, we have plenty of that here. You need to come up here. So we'll rewire the pumps outside for this. And I did the same thing I did at the other one, which is put it one level under. Now I'm out of rods. Why? I'm good at this. There's no way we have rods in that container. Remove this thing now too. No longer have anything being delivered to the job site. Rods are over here. Alright, what do we need? Alright, we have way more copper sheeting than we could possibly need because we're not using regular walls. No way we run out of rods again. That's all we're doing, right? I think we've run out of everything that we need for. I mean, all we're running is power, and we have all the cable on us that we have here. So if we run out of cable, we're heading back home anyway, because we already took the last cable out of. No, we didn't. Okay, now we have all the cable. There's a storm brewing here. Don't anticipate losing power, but if I do, then just wait around and I'll be back online. As soon as it's restored. On the rarity that I lose power, it just blinks out and comes back on. Okay. It's, whoop. Slid right off the... Stop. Stop that. You can walk on pipes. Does not want to let me stand on this pipe. I'm perpetually sliding. Fine. I don't need to stand. Oh, I just realized that wire had run all the way. There's no way that connects. Come on, give me. Oh! Okay. Standing on nothing. Yep, wire's too long. Darn it. We'll deal with that later. We'll just put a let's build it right now. Alright, all that fancy stuff, and I'm still going to come down here. Fancy maneuvering. I didn't want to try to line this up while I was flying. The trick of tapping the jet. Actually get a little bit more height out of it. Okay, so that's rewired. How do we want to work that up to the ceiling? So before we do that, let's do a rooftop, or roof bottom, I guess, connector. So we don't necessarily have to connect that to here. The it's got to be connected somewhere, because right now our top floor on either side are not on the grid. We originally had assumed that that would be the connection that would go to the grid. It still might, but it could go from there to, you know, one of these side ones down here as opposed to coming all the way up here. In fact, we're getting ahead of ourselves with this. We still have a floor below. So it could connect to one of these instead. Or whatever this is connected to. I was going to do these in 5s, not 4s. I'm going to do them in 4s because it's okay. Even it's 5 and 5 on either side. Or 10, it's 10 and 10. So I was going to do 4 5s because they're grouped in 10s. But I can do 8 and 8, and then the middle two can merge. I still prefer to do 4 just to have that little breathing room on the connections. So we're going to stick with what we've started. So let's just run this whole thing, the thing that we know we're going to do. Might help if I also connect them together. And run this to the middle here. And this can also be, our hub is underneath us. I was going to say we could connect that as the way of connecting all of it, but our hub's on the floor below. We'll figure that out in a moment. Wait. Oh, okay, that one's one. That's 2. This will be the last ones. All right, that floor is connected, but not to the grid. Let's just mirror that strategy on the floor above. I love being able to hang these off the ceiling. That's just phenomenal. It's going to be a little more challenging because I don't have a line to line them up with, where the middle of the platform is. Good. Clicky, thank you. This facility is going to put a very serious strain on our total power consumption. This is going to be over 3 gigawatts just for these circuit boards alone. And we're going to have to start doing some planning sooner rather than later on how to supplement the power of the factory. Because we are going to be pushing, even though we have that mega turbo fuel factory going, we are going to be pushing the limits of it. And I really don't want to run I don't want to do power in the Northern Spire. I mean, we very well might have some generators over here, Yeah, I'm going to need a lot more fuel generators. But if we do power here in the Northern Spire, it'll be because we have like crude or we have like heavy oil or something left over from a project that we're trying to do, and we'll just burn it off as a byproduct. But I don't think we're going to do an actual power facility here, and the reason for it is because our base is right here. And our warehouse is right here, and so production, it's better to do production in this area than it is to do power in this area. So, we might actually look to go to the south end of the map. We can't use this one. We can use this one right here. We can't use this one because it's oil geyser, and we don't have the technology yet for oil geysers or geysers of any type, I don't think. But there was an oil field down here, and if we're not sending product anywhere, yes, there is, correct. And there's also an oil. Where is the ports? There's also oil right here that we could tap. But if we're going to go for pure power generation, we don't need to pipe power back to our base. So doing a facility that's not focused on producing product, we can put on the far corner of the map and just, we might run a rail out there, but that rail would be conducting the power, and it would just be a way for us to get out there in case we want to hit other things along the way. So I'm going to think about this and talk about it in a future episode, but it probably won't be long before we have to do this. And so we might, like right here, we have our rail line going to the West Coast oil. We might run that down the coast and across the grassland and just do power out here. Plus, I'm not sure, but where a sulfur is in this area, but I assume that there's sulfur. And maybe we can do more turbo fuel. I don't want to use any more of our sulfur that's up in this area. We also have oil right here. But I don't want to use up this sulfur. Any more of our local sulfur I don't want to use up. Because when we go to nuclear power, we'll have to use it for sulfuric acid, I think. So I don't want to tie any more of it up. But those are future, but not distant future problems that we're going to run into pretty soon after turning this facility on. Of course, not the entire factory isn't running, so we can go over our capacity for a while, but not for long because we're going to use all of this. It's not going to be sitting idle. It won't even need to go into a sink. We need this. We need the 190 or so circuit boards this is going to build so badly that we're going to build another circuit board facility almost right after this one. Probably almost immediately after. It just won't be this recipe. Let's see here. We go. How do we want to connect this? I know how I want to connect this. Ta-da! Top is connected. We only need to do that on one side. Because we don't need to have a power loop. We could probably do something similar to that one. I like this because it got me around the ladder. If I do that with this one, it's going to run to a ladder. But we can do the same idea. Can't look up anymore. It looks a little weird hanging over, but that's all right. All right, so that's, I think that's everything connected except for the water pumps, right? I mean, that water pump's not connected. Well, that's not true. The top floor and all those are still not connected to the main grid. Because I ran all of that. I ran those to the sides, and the sides are not yet connected. This one's on the grid, though. That goes to there. That was on the grid. So, top floor and those need to connect. Nothing convenient on this side. Could run that across. Now we still run into the ladder. Let's see here. Both floors are connected now. We're just gonna have to run a long cable somewhere. Oh, we can do it on the outside. We can do it on the outside. So we have a power node there, which is not live at the moment, I don't think. What we'll do is, so we have a power node sticking out. We can, you know, the initial power is going to go through that. It's going to go out. It's going to come up to the next floor anyway. That was the way we originally planned on doing the between floor connection, was on the outside. That can run up to maybe an exterior one that can come across to this. And that will bring it inside. Wrap this around. And bring that over to the side, wrap it around, and connect to that. Yeah. Okay. We have an idea forming here. Let's go downstairs, finalize where we're going to do our external to the oil. This connection right here. I think I want to go one higher just because the other ones are so high up. And then we run that straight up to the third floor. Where is that? One in from the ladder. Yeah. Is not where we want it to be. We want to be on the other side of the ladder because we don't want the wires to run across the ladder. So I think we move it over. That. Do that. those. There's nothing magical about that being where it was anyway. And we'll figure out how we want to connect that. We'll probably run it right to that one right there. In fact, we can do that right now because we have that power switch. I was told that I should click on that power switch to look at the grids. Let's do that while we're standing here. That's cool. It's not going to show us all our power grids, it's just what's on the either side of the switch. But that's nice, it's showing our max consumption on this side of the grid. That's super useful. I like that. What is sign module? Is there a... Oh, there is a sign on it. Cool. I mean, it's literally inside the building. I'm not sure how much the sign's going to help us. But I can see how useful that would be if it was at a power nexus. Alright, let's go outside. That pump. To there. It'll let me connect to it. Oh, I didn't. Alright. Alright, so that water facility is done. That connects both of the top rings, all the power. We connected both of the assembler rows on the far end, so those are connected. I think all that's left to connect is the power to the oil and water on the other side. And I think we have all the power connected. We still need pumps, obviously. But that's a as-you-go kind of thing that we're doing. Let's grab that. Just bring it straight down. Look a little cleaner. Corner, please. Corner, please. Thank you. Wire's too long. Of course it is. I don't think I can get away with connecting that straight to it. Oh, I can. Excellent. All right. Everything's powered. Now, we're not done with the building yet, right? Because we still got to do the concrete cradle. But all the power is run. We should have a functional thing once we, I mean, we still got to get the pumps in, but I think we got everything up until we find out what it is that we've missed. Oh yeah, it's a lot of water. The next thing is, do we want... So all of my concrete structures are always dark, and the reason is because I leave it attached to this, which means it's coming out as black because the swatch doesn't connect over. Normal concrete is a little bit lighter. But I'm wondering if we want it to look lighter, like just untreated concrete. I think that's better already. I like the dark concrete normally. Oh my goodness, I'd have to repaint all the windows. Opinions? I am fielding opinions. Anybody has an opinion? Before we repaint the entire building, well, we need to settle on what we like. The lighter versus the darker. And of course, this is a facade, right? Because that's super dark and has no texture. You can see the difference in it. And of course, we have the option of trying to go colored. I don't think I want to. Because it's support pillars, I think I want it to stay in the grayscale. I mean, maybe a light blue on the building. That. The light blue isn't bad at all. What do you guys think? Because see, the light blue is still close to concrete gray. And we have all the blue of the water. And lightening the color up a little bit in this area, I think, is probably not a bad idea. Gray was that we tried. Was it? It was this, wasn't it? Yeah. It seemed that nobody has an opinion. Alright, we're going to start by doing the foundations in light gray. And consider building, painting the structure in the light blue. Let's set this to concrete foundation and walls. I've only done the walls on the outside. They haven't done on the inside. I don't think I'm going to bother doing them on the inside. It's kind of like an outer shell. And then we need to start building the cradle. Yeah, I want it to be flat backed. I think we're doing that. And we need another one. I think starting there. No zoop? Zoop? Zoop, please. No, you're letting me zoop the other way. Why you no zoop? What is... Something's up with that. Something's not right. It looks the same. I mean, it's sticking through the bottom, but that's just because the flat platforms are running into... You can zoop either way. I can only... It's like this platform, right? That one. It's that one platform. Those two platforms. What are wrong with these two? Yes, connect to everything except for the spot that I want you to... I just want something to jump up on because I want to get a closer look at this area that's being uncooperative. What is wrong with you? Make sure there isn't, like, you know, overlapping. Well, there's only be one copy of each item. Okay, I mean, if we have to do one at a time, that's what we'll do. Oh, and now it works. Thank you for being uncooperative. Backside before we do the half. Yeah, I definitely think the lighter gray is much better. So we'll follow that over there in a moment, but that's... We need another element here. A double ramp. The 4x4 maybe? Yeah, we have to do it because that's the only one that's sharp enough. Deep enough. And then like that. I think that's generally how it's going to go. We'll probably have a in the middle or two pillars. And we could replace these the diagonals with a regular wall section right there, but I like the pattern that's going through it. So if we connected a wall there instead, it would not look right. Oh, I don't feel like that should be that way. Oops. Hit the mouse. I ran around the edges, I ran a half height. Quarter height. Probably could just get rid of this one. Just go great platforms. And that one still isn't lining up. Fine. See, the building is going to look a lot more stable with these pillars in place. Might. Do this as well. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on. Stop it. I don't want to run it long ways up there because it's the observation deck. But from the side, I think it looks a little more stable. If the edging goes all the way up. And of course, once these are repainted, it'll probably look a little bit better. So I guess the next question is, if we go with the light blue, do we just go light blue on the windows? Or do we do it on these as well? I think we do it like this for now. It splits the building from the cradle. Kibitz likes being. I know who he is. I don't watch his videos, but I'm familiar with who you're talking about. But you're right. I don't use beams a whole lot. I use them. I use them, but I use them kind of sparingly. I do know that there are some people who've used them to quite good effect, and that maybe a situation like this would be useful. Those guys don't belong there. But since we have a slanted building, we don't have slanted beams. I would like to have this be a smooth bottom, though, without the concrete pattern. We could use asphalt, right? Because asphalt is the same side. You see, it has the same side texture. Although we're going to cover that up with concrete anyway. The question is, what does it look like from the inside? Because we're going to be walking over. Those are on glass. Let's go inside and see what it's going to look like. Can't see jack because of the reflections. Which, I mean, is okay, I guess. This the asphalt? Yeah, that's the asphalt one right there. Well, you know, and maybe we'll go asphalt on all of that. Because we can still put the concrete outer shell on them. If this were to be... The question is, do we make this like asphalt, or do we just replace this whole glass line with something that doesn't reflect weird? I don't think there's anything worth placing. Right, because the roof would look weird in here for sure. I don't think that we want this path to be that. I don't think. Yeah, I mean, it's exactly, the tilted walls would be the other option. I don't think we can do concrete tilted walls, though, can we? No, it's just... Yeah, well, yeah, right, maybe. Like, I don't mind having the glass where you can see the stuff below it, but the reflection is going crazy. You know, like here we can see through it. Here it's just blinding in your face. I don't want to be blinded running up and down. Yeah, tilted walls, yeah. I don't think I want to be blinded running up and down this. So, and this, you know, more that I'm running up and down this, the more I'm liking this because the way the light's casting across the pattern. So the asphalt roof, just this option alone, actually isn't bad. Let's check out the tilted walls. Also, let's keep in mind that that pattern is not going to repeat itself on the other side. And apparently I missed a thing there. Because the light is coming in from this side, it's not going to... We won't see that same pattern. So we can't do it just because of the pattern. So all we're going to get is tilted. I don't know that we want the concrete pattern in here. It's not terrible. It is against the concrete walls. And the concrete foundations. These concrete foundations, by the way, are the black. They are not the gray. They could be lightened up a bit, but I don't want to lighten these up because we have dark machines on them. So I want these. I want to keep that. I don't think I want to go with concrete walls because it feels like I'm running on the superstructure. Right? If we know that the cradle is concrete, I don't want it to feel like we're running on the cradle because I want a distinction from the interior to the exterior. Yeah, I'll color the walls. I think the problem we're going to run into, though, is that it's going to feel like we're walking on the exterior. I don't want to feel like that. I mean, it doesn't look bad. It really doesn't look bad. I don't favor it. No, I don't think the color is going to be the issue. I think it's the texture. I don't want to feel like I'm running around the exterior. I think I want to try this. At first, I didn't like it at all, but as we were running around talking about it, I kind of grew to it. The problem is that the transition is weird. Right, the transition on the concrete was fine and smooth. This is kind of strange. Like, once I'm on it, I like it. I can't make that concrete anymore. Oh, you know what? We don't have to have the transition. You do that. That shouldn't have been there anyway. No, it's the ideas are good and very helpful. I very, very much appreciate and encourage the ideas. Boy, that's super shiny. So this is bringing us back to our original problem. Doesn't reduce the shininess, but get less of the pattern. That also means that when we run the length of it, that's also going to be weird. We're keeping the cradle no matter what, because the building looks weird without a cradle. I think that our challenge is what do we want on top of it. Like, I'm not opposed to removing these glass windows, because we're not seeing through them anyway, so there's no loss to changing them out for something like this. The only problem here is that we lose our look through. Maybe we move this entire leg over. I want to be able to walk along this glass and look straight down. So I don't think we want the cradle here. I think we move the whole thing over. Not excited about. Move it down or we move it up? If we move it down, it's under concrete and that's easier to hide. This one will have to get moved as well because it was also under the flat platform. But if we move it down, we have more of a weird overhang. And a collision there. That we cannot do anything about because we can't blow that plant up. I'm confident that I want to move this, so I don't mind removing this. It's which direction are we going to move it, is the question. Also feels awfully close to that pillar. It makes more sense to move it down because it would be under the tight platform that we're not going to be walking on and looking down through anyway. Yeah, we'll put a few down here. Build because we were in the water. Fell off the rocks. Or through the rocks. Yeah, we're going to want these to be asphalt, I think. Anyway, because the bottom. Let's just make that change right now. Not wanting to zoop. That's alright. We'll get one there. We can off the side of it. We know we don't want that. So it's safe to get rid of those. And let's bring this in one. See if it looks okay. I don't know if the double would look better from the bottom. The reason why I went with a single was because, and to your point, it's at this point it's moot. Before I did this, it was the flat side to the flat side. But now that I'm adding these, to your point, a double might work. Strangely, I want this to be concrete because I want to see the concrete on the outer shell. But the flat ones, for some reason, the concrete doesn't look right to me. That just doesn't make sense. Well, that's what's triggering right now for me. So these, we could maybe do those as a double ramp. No. Because a double ramp it'd still end up with a flat side. It's just that the front side would then not be smooth, the glass. Like this is. And I don't want to have to do a fix for that. No. I think we're going to stick with this. We're going to go with asphalt across the Ys and concrete in this direction. We just have to decide where we want the flat platform to be, or the pillars. So that seems like an awful lot of an overhang on the inside. And maybe we just move... I think we're going to end up moving them both up, even though I don't want to. Structurally, this doesn't feel sound. Like, where we've moved it to right here is better, because it's a tighter area that we're less likely to be running through. Otherwise, it would be on this line right here. We'd be able to see through the floor, and then we'd be looking right at concrete or asphalt with the high shine. Which I don't think we want to do. I agree. And you're right. It does make more sense. I think that the only problem I have with it is it looks like there's a lot of overhang. But I think moving it out would make the interior look worse because of trying to look down through the glass. So this is probably the better way. I don't see myself doing this, but I'm going to check what it looks like anyway. Close. That's 2 segments, that's 3 segments. I couldn't even center this if I had to. We're just going to leave the overhang, and you know, a lot of times something that doesn't look right at first, if you leave it, it'll start to look right later. It's been true about a lot of things I've built. Like, just do it now, look at it later, and if it still looks weird, then change it. Oh, that's what's throwing me off right there. That's a 3 and that's a 2. I think we're going to have to live with it. We were 3, 3, and 3. That's why it all looked good before. Don't know that I don't want to move these in because it would just be... It would be like this. See how weird that is? Or are you not lining up? You're not... We can cheat it. Uh, yeah, I think I can live with that. I think it's going to look alright the more I look at it. So I think we can, for now, we can call it fine. Could you give me the one I'm trying to click on, please? Thank you. It's going to come down to these inner pillars, and I think that we can make these okay by... Because right now it doesn't look okay because of the turn. The turn doesn't have to be a thing. That we have a solution for. Not in that block set. It's in that block set. We can do something like that. I don't want the pattern for that one. It's actually, we have enough room to, oh yeah, we have enough room to do that. We can continue that pattern down. Only problem here is that if we do that, that should be the blue. The outline. So we can get rid of the pattern by doing that. Or... things are coming together. Missed one. Would you quit doing that literally everywhere but where I want to connect? And by the way, when I'm off camera, I'm yelling at the game the same way. It's not for your guys' benefit. I yell at it all the time when these things won't line up. Good grief. Fine. Yeah, it's just so frustrating. And we can do something like that, I think. Add a little style to the build while also adding the pattern. So like that. That lined up. That is not lined up. There we go. No. Definitely not. You're just not gonna let me do it. Where's the bottom? Workarounds that we have to do. Oh, 4 here was okay. Okay. Hopefully that's not poking through the floor. I don't think it will. I like it. I like it. This is good. And this reinforces our conversation on whether or not to paint the building, because I like the division that this creates by bouncing over like that. We're keeping the texture of the concrete, but dividing the building from the cradle. I think we're sticking with that. We need to do, let's see here. Oh boy. You guys see the problem? Now I know why I put the pillars where I put them. We're using the pillars to carry the water. That pillar needs to come in one now. I don't think it's different on the other end. It shouldn't be, because the machines should all line up the same. It's true that I didn't use wall supports, but I think they should still line up at the same location. The intent was that it would look like it's climbing up a wall. We'll look at the other side, but I think we're going to have to come up with a different solution for the pipes, because we're sticking with this for the pillars. The pillars are not moving. The pipes might move, but the pillars are not. I see something that doesn't belong there. Yes. That. Yeah, I didn't use wall supports, but it still built it up the pillar in the same location. I mean, the wall supports were only aesthetic to begin with. I think the pipes are moving. We can still have the pipe go up and then cross over. So this movement really won't be that problematic. It's annoying, because every time we fix one thing, it has a knock-on effect of something else that we didn't foresee. But It's a relatively small fix. Because we don't need to move the wall holes. The wall holes are already lined up with the machines. I think we're just gonna move the pillar in and just run it up the inner pillar. I don't think it's gonna be a problem at all. Before we go crazy and start cloning everything, though, let's make sure we're actually on the right materials. That's right, we're doing concrete for the outer wall and then asphalt for the cradle. That might change, but this is not going to change because I do like seeing the concrete pattern between the pillars. That'll need a facade added to it, but that's okay. And we need that for, wait a minute, 1, 2, right, yeah. Although that space could remain hollow because there's going to be something on all sides of it, but that's all right. You're going bye-bye. All of you are going bye-bye. Put in the pipes. Definitely don't cooperate. Oh, and don't zoop up. Delete the one that we don't need in a minute here. I'm gonna make sure I don't run into any hatcheries. And I don't zoop up into the sun. Right. Close enough. That's gonna be 3 was the distance. Yeah, because it's just before the flat. Or a tree. I'm gonna leave it right here to remind myself I need to cut that tree down. And I don't think we need to do... I think I'm going to rework... I'm going to take this opportunity to rework this. I wasn't happy with it when I first did it. And I'm still not happy with it, so... I'm going to take the opportunity right now to fix it. I'll leave those. think how we do this. Start by getting these over here. Put these up ahead of time. Need to figure out. These are temporary. And what we're going to need are these. That's there. If we go off of 2s, right, assume it goes the same. That will probably be a 9-degree turn. That looks level to me. Good. Be better off for me to test it from here because I know that that is level to there. Yeah, it looks like a 9-degree. Actually, we can test it by doing that. Yep, so it goes right through the middle of that, so we know it's level. And same for that. Excellent. Now this one is going to just go straight to that one. Make what's invalid about it? It's a straight line. What am I missing here? Can't look up to see what's going on. Oh. Alright, they're not lined up. And I didn't expect them to be. Alright, fine. Be that way, then just be that way. That cause a little bit of awkwardness on the platform behind us. But that will connect. Right on the edge. You're down. That one's hanging off. Yeah, they're both hanging off the edge just a little bit. That's all right. That's we're fine with that. Now we got to see how well this works. We might have to do a wall connection up there as well. Yep, pipe's too long. I was talking about earlier, depending on what side you start with, it'll wrap differently. And that looks like that would have worked out just nice if it had been a little bit higher. Just a little bit closer. That's fine. We'll match its buddy. We're from the edge. Oh, yeah, see here, if we go to top to the bottom, turns better. Oh, I love that mode so much. Makes our power running a little bit inconvenient because we have a pipe going across where it will be. We're going to move that power node over. I think it'll be all right, though. Line that up perfectly. Yeah, it clears it just fine. Excellent. Alright, so problem solved. We gotta do it on the other side, but we have the method now. Know what we're doing. I'll be so happy when they fix the color on that. Stops defaulting to Ficsit orange, a color that I don't use anywhere in the game. Alright. And this also gets rid of that awkward ground connection that I honestly wasn't real excited about to begin with. This looks so much better. This is so much cleaner. And I don't mind the twist over. That doesn't bother me whatsoever. I think it looks pretty nice. We have to fix our power inside. Let's do it right now. That's a kind of a critical power node. So that's what's powering our top floor. The oil wasn't going up the pillar, was it? Let me go back outside and look at it again. This is something I don't want to forget that we were, had to move and then end up not moving it and end up not powering the top floor and then being confused. That's reconnected. I wouldn't mind having, we have like the pipe holes and all that stuff. It'd be nice if we had like a manhole where we could run a ladder down through a foundation and climb up and down it. I don't use ladders very often, but I'd probably use it more often if we could connect our floors. No, I don't think I'm gonna. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna rerun the. Get rid of the. Can't really connect it. I mean, I can. The problem is that it's right on the line, which means I'd have to do another one of these, which is also not. I don't want to switch it off to black because then we're not done with the blue yet. And we could do that, I guess. Alright, fine. You've shamed me into it. Yeah, there'll be a wall connector. I mean, maybe. We may not even need a wall connector. It's such a short. Oh, I'm going to need to go to black anyway because I repaint this pipe. Actually, we don't have to do that. Well, let's do that. Call it. We don't need to put a wall connector. Watch this pipe not reach now. Yeah, no, I agree. This was a good change. The other reason I'm not going to put a wall connector there is because it segments the pipe, and the fluid dynamics already struggle in this game. And it would make it two separate containers, and it's just another thing for it to have problems with. And so I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna give it an excuse. Okay, some combination of keys is causing mute to happen. Cause my hand didn't even come off the mouse. I definitely couldn't have hit the mute key. I'm gonna have to figure that out sometime. Thanks for letting me know. I don't know when I got cut off, but what I was saying is that we ran into the pump problem with the holes at our original power area. Original power area that doesn't even exist anymore. We tore it down and turned it into our our steel factory. But we went through multiple floors, ran piping through, through a floor and then up through another floor. And the piping worked just fine until I needed to disconnect something, I think, between the first floor and the second floor, and then reconnect the hole, from hole to hole. And the pipe, the pump was already in place, and the pump stopped working because of it being in place and then being connected to a hole. The pump works, but it hit the hole and then it stopped pushing past it. I think that's the bug. All right, I'm lining this up with the other ones. I don't know that this is high. This is low enough. This may not work. Like this pump right here, pump may not actually make it to it. So there's a fair chance we're going to have to lower that down. And the same would go for those two as well. But we'll figure that out later. Thank you, lady. We've spent the past hour trying to figure out how to make this look nice. It's been very little building, and it's been mostly tearing down and rebuilding to make it look decent. But I think we've worked it all out at this point. We need to repaint this wall. But I think we're set on our colors. I think we're set on our pattern. Where we're going to put the pillars. We just have to go back over on the other side and move the pillar and rerun the piping. But I think all the logistics are worked out at this point. So before we move over there, let's... how did we do this? Okay, right. Let's change... concrete to blue first. That's going to be all the upside down ones that we have to do. Is that how we're going to do it? No. And it didn't take. Oh, because I put the foundation, not the walls. That's why. Okay. But the rest of them going up, which will be the bottom part, is gray. Let's do those first. Then we can just move to the other side of the building and not have to worry about the rest of this. I know that looks weird, but it's because we haven't painted the other half. Come on, I've given you a nice edge to copy off of. Just stop being so uncooperative. Too bad we can't zoop this properly. I mean, we can kind of zoop, but it won't zoop diagonally. It does that thing, which we definitely don't want to do. Missing something? Yeah, we are missing something there. Need something to stand on. Why is that still going blue? Didn't we just change that? We changed the wrong one again. Concrete coated foundation. That's supposed to be here. How many times can we click the wrong thing? Yeah, Greg was already on it before I even noticed. Alright. I guess that's the last one there, so that's good. Go back to default so it just goes in one click. Yes, suddenly let's turn everything backwards, because why would we want consistency? Alright, I think we already got it on the other side of the pillar. We do not. There'll be another misaligned one, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay. We have our chainsaw on us. We do. Okay. Fill up our inventory so that when we cut this down, it will only cut the thing we're cutting and not everything else. Make sure we don't have any wood in our inventory for it to stack with. That's just biofuel. Sorry, tree. Gots to go. Alright, you get to live. There's a floating wall mount. Ah, there is. Thank you. Alright, so we still need to do the running lines across, but that's just drawing one line. That's trivial. I think otherwise, other than painting and obviously putting the rest of the roof on. Actually, I think we have this entire wall built already, just no roof. Just paint it while we're here. I'm tempted to just delete the wall and then rebuild it so I know I don't miss any panes. We just go straight up. Somehow it still missed the top one. That's not a good argument for this strategy. Oh, should we have... Should that top row be glass? I don't think I like it. I mean, it might look alright once it's all the way across. You know, surrounding the whole thing. There's another option. Let's get back to painting, and then there's another option. I don't think, because I don't think I want it to be that thick across the top. I mean, sure, that's the way it is on the bottom, but the top is a different animal. I think, plus the texture, I don't, because, well, you know, we have all the nice corner textures here, I don't think would play out well. I hope we don't change our mind on the color at the last moment. This is going to be a pain. All those. Fall off. This is going to be the easy side because we have something to stand on. You can see a little. Okay. Can you imagine how expensive this would be if we did this in update 4 when it actually cost color cartridges? In each individual block. Seems that we missed a corner piece. Careful not to paint the pipes. I'm liking the blue more and more. Something instinctively told me blue was the right color and I couldn't really pin it. But now that I'm looking up and seeing the blue background of the skyline, I'm kind of realizing why it works. Because it's a towering building and you're seeing, not only seeing the sky in the background, but it's windows that are going to reflect the blue of the sky as well. Which is why it's a better, blue is a better pick than the, you know, green or off-white for the beach. You know, the match with the ground colors. Pretty sure I just painted a bird. All right. And the slanted walls, we don't have to paint those because they are roof pieces, so we don't have to worry about those. I think we got them all. So let's go to the other side, and while we're on our way to the other side, let's draw some of our structure with us. And delete the structure that we don't want anymore. Verify that's asphalt. It is. Okay. Oh, that's blue. I didn't realize that I mean, I knew that it was that the asphalt is a concrete based. I just didn't think it actually applied the color. No. We want it to be black. Careful not to delete anything we don't want to delete. You don't belong there. You did it again. I can see it. Look, it's trying to draw down. Got my eye on you. I guess we could be drawing the other one along with it. Pinnacle building on... What is this? I think it's when I'm off center and it's trying to build downwards. All the way at the origin point. Delete that and wait for the autosave. Well, I imagine that that bird is, you know, the envy of his pack now, because he's probably the only blue bird in the pack. I have a buddy of mine who when he bought his house, he painted his main interior like a robin egg blue without testing it first. Didn't realize how baby blue it was going to come out. So his living room is bright, soft baby blue, and I rib him every time I go over there. Unlike my wall, as you see behind me, which is a purple blue, depending on how the light strikes it, I am quite happy with it. Nighttime now, so it's like a dark purple. Leave one wall to copy. Actually, we have walls on the other side. All right. We're going to redo this the way we did the other one. And this is a straight, like if I was thinking about dragging that all the way out here and then turning it, it would end up going through these. We don't need these anymore. What are those? I'm gonna leave one pump so I can just target it to copy it. Should have left that foundation there, though. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Yeah, I mean, we could do the outer pillar. I want to remain consistent. I'm thinking that maybe I don't make that turn right there. Maybe I go into the woods and then come out along that beach line and come up. Because there's a clearing right here. Sort of. Yeah, we could run it right through this clearing. And just miss this platform. And then turn and go up. I think that's probably what we're going to do. I mean, it's easy to rerun these. Not a big deal. That looks like it's already a measured length. Yeah, 6. So, could move that forward now that it doesn't have to take a turn. Completely unnecessary. Oh, my inventory's full. I put a chest on top of it. Wonder if I've left any chests anywhere else as well. Oh, it's full because I filled it up when I was cutting down the tree. That means there's almost certainly crates over there when I was cleaning up all the concrete. Maybe not. We were placing concrete at the same time. I don't know what order we did it in. I think I cleared concrete ahead of time, though. Don't let me forget to go over there and look for crates. I don't think they'll be on the map without radar. Well, we do have radar here. Yep, look right there. Crate. It's one of the great things about the new radar stations. It even picks up crates that you've left lying around. Back in a moment and paint those. Just clear that machine. Oops, forgot to add the pole on top. That tree's having a bad day, though. I can worry about that during our cleanup. We had to cut the other one down because it was going to be entirely covered in the pillar, and we weren't going to be able to come back later and get it because we wouldn't have access to it anymore. You know, now that we've approached from this side, your suggestion of going the outer pillar is starting to be better. The problem is that it's different from the other side. Inconsistent. Top piece is going to be sticking through the floor. Oh, nope. Oh, we're going to rerun power too. We'll do that as we go back to paint. Yeah, no, it's. I agree that it's makes fine sense to go straight up. From here. Leave that because there's going to be a slanting ramp going through. My hesitation beyond the state of it being the same, that it might look weird coming up and having to go so horizontal where this comes across the bottom and it is whoop whoop and it's over. Like this one doesn't even have to go over. It connects straight into it, and I like the minimal piping once it gets up there. I think we're going to stick with the design that we had. Just because of how it looks once it's up in the air. Though it is making a pretty good sense to go up that pillar instead. So we know that you have to go out. That'll be the bottom one. We're not actually connecting to these. These are just the things that we're using to line up. I don't think we're going to be able to get away with not putting a platform right here, but we're going to try. I think that right there is, you know what, let's do it across. 2 for that one. Yeah, we're gonna have to do our right turn. In the middle of the platform. Why am I not getting a line? Should I be getting a line? Probably because there's no it's because it's a conveyor pole matching up with a pipe pole. That's why it's not giving me the line. That should be the bottom pipe. This will be the top one. I'm going to leave those there just as a proof of alignment. Didn't look right there. I think it's fine. That's not aligned. I'm up one too many. Well, it's supposed to be two higher than, but yes, that one is definitely off. That one's fine. Oh, you're absolutely right. The other side was 2 and 3. You're right. This one's way off then. That was going to become real apparent real soon. So we'll fix that right now. This one was off the intended height to begin with, so it was doubly wrong. Wrong twice over. Oh, and then I misaligned. Now it's wrong 3 times. Okay, that's correct. Rid of that, because it was running through it, it wasn't actually connecting to it. I believe that should be correct. Looking good. Much nicer. I wasn't when I built the original pipe setup off camera, but during the week, I was not happy with that way that they were going, and they were splitting at different heights. It just, I knew it when I was building them, and I wasn't thrilled with it. I was so exhausted. I did it Sunday. You know, I after the 12-hour marathon that we had, I said that I might stream Sunday to finish this build, and I tried. I just couldn't. I loaded the game up, and I was just so exhausted. I just couldn't do it live. Didn't know how much work I was going to get done on it, and looked like it's a little too high. Nope, right on it. Which I think that, given that I settled for, oh, good grief, for that pipe setup that I clearly wasn't happy with, shows just how tired I was. I was just drained. Yeah, there's a notch to the right. It's the right height, but it is off. Really? What? Why is the horizontal vertical not working on this side the way it worked on the other side? Why does it think it's running through something? I think it's there as a wire. See, if I go anywhere else, it knows. Some shenanigans are afoot. Like, that won't even let me connect it. If I try to connect it, it bends properly. What in the world is going on? That even goes properly. Yeah, but if it were the wire, then going to the bottom wouldn't connect it. It wouldn't work. I mean, I'll connect. They're going to take the wire out anyway, so we'll go ahead and we're going to move that connection. And see, the other direction works. I mean, it's a wrong way. It's going to cross instead of up, which will run it through this pipe. And it's not that connection because I tried another one. I'm going to roll it over. You're so close. Come on. I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, why can I do that? Why is that okay? Let's see what our mod options are for pipes. Fluid pipe hole. Yeah, I can't set, because like we can do power wall. We can't do fluid pipe wall. Don't expect that to have any help. But why do we have this out here? Okay, I'm confused. It's okay with that. It's a weird place. It's alright, we're just testing. It's like there is something going across, like there's something here that it thinks it's going through. Where's our new line going to be? It's going to be here, I think. So let's get rid of anything that could be seen as an obstacle. And by the way, should be Mark II pole. That pipe would have caused me problems. Makes me wonder if I got the Mark II on the other side. I didn't get right here either. And we know there's nothing wrong with that pipe hole because that one doesn't work either. Which one's the right one? Neither of those are right. None of those are right. I mean, it still should connect, but they're also not where they belong. Be right there. It'll be funny if this works. Like it was just stubborn because it knew it was. I wasn't going to be happy with where it was at. It's trying to tell me something. So if we don't do the twist, it will reach. And it's not telling us that it's too far. It's only that mode and it's only in that direction. So let's, I mean, if we have to do an extra wall piece, then I guess that's what we have to do. I'm confident we can cheese this somehow by getting a connection, then deleting the holder, and then connecting to just the dead end of the pipe. But I'm always extremely leery of doing that there might be a flow issue. And so it's not really something I'm willing to do. That's 2. That's misaligned. Something's not right there. Ah, yes, of course. I think we just accept that it's not going to connect at that point. And just move on with our lives. would also be helpful if I replaced that pipe, wouldn't it? Good. I'll follow that in a moment. Minor oversight. I was ready to walk away from it, not realizing that I hadn't connected that pipe. All right. We're gonna run power right here. That's going to remain. Get rid of these. All right, that took entirely too long, but we got it. Let's run our power back to there. Finish painting. We can cut this corner here because we have that, which we're not plugging in because we're not actually using it. But we don't have to follow the foundations all the way around. Over here. Like that. There we go. And as far as the oil goes, I think we did all right with it on this side. I mean, we could probably do, you know, a one shot like that without this stand here, but I think I'm okay with it. I think I'm okay with it. Let's see what would happen. I want to do it that way. Oh yeah, that's going to slant inwards, isn't it? Right. So I don't have to bring it down the middle. Offset this. Don't need that. All I need is this just for a lineup. What is the proper alignment? That's the proper alignment. Okay. That's one inside the border. I had to be real careful when I was running this because it is through hostile territory right there. I think I ran it from range. That's one inside. Nailed it. You guys, behave yourself over there. That should be a 4mm platform. There we go. Alright, and we don't need this anymore. I really think that that's going to be too high up. I think that these are going to require moving downwards to actually pump. I think all the blue, unless we have to turn the other ones on the interior to Mark II. I think I got those right though. On the other side. Alright, I think all plumbing is done. I think literally it's just the facade. While we're thinking about it, let's make sure that the water pipes on the other side are on the interior are Mark II. This side's already painted and built. We just need to finish that side, paint it, put a roof over it, turn it on, and yeah, so that's Mark II. I got this side correct. Mark II, good. And then follow it around and watch where the fluids pool up, and then figure out what we missed, like a conveyor somewhere or who knows what. I mean, we already found today that we hadn't hooked up the heavy oil to anything. It was just not going anywhere, which would have been problematic. So let's build the wall. Then complete the facade. We know exactly what we're doing with the facade, so that's there's no figuring out at this point. All mechanical. Okay, the wall's already set to that color. We paint. Let's actually build. I missed the jump. Part of why I am so bad at parkour. Run right off the edge before hitting the jump button. No. And we need those guys. No, that is not. Clicked on that guy right there. That's still not. Look, that is clearly not a ramp I'm clicking on. Oh, it says ramp wall this time. All right. For some reason, it didn't want to draw any farther. Come on, Zoop. Why am I stuck at 10? Oh, there I was going to 11. Well, we know that we can zoop 100 out, so we could definitely go more than 10. Probably need to look at the other side. What we should do is bring the roof over so that we know where to stop layering. Although we do have a roof up there. Two more layers, I assume? I'm having trouble targeting. We can do that from upstairs. Let's drag some roof over. Just, it's got to be built anyway. And this will make it easier for us to make sure we're not goofing something up. I glanced at that smart mod that you guys recommended last week for the ability to grid build platforms. I saw there were a ton of other things attached to it though, so I didn't dig too deep into it to see whether or not it's possible to just have that one feature. I'll look at it again. Right now it would be really, really nice to have. Do we have another one or not? One more floor? One more. From here, I have to run all the way across. Okay, so that's everything that's going to need to be painted. We still got to do some of the wedges, but we can go back out, I think, and paint this whole thing. None of the roof needs to be painted. Just need to paint these side windows, which we can do from the inside. top ones from outside here. I swear the clone a block or whatever they call it in this, it's pick a block from Minecraft. It's made me so lazy. I will go so far to copy a block rather than go through the inventory screen to find it. I'm trying not to get too close because I know the hatcheries are down here somewhere. Carefully painting. A lot of these are already painted because we just built them with that default color. And I'll inevitably go over all of this again off camera just to make sure I didn't miss any of the panes. Did we move that pillar? That pillar needs to be moved. Let me pillar here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that pillar needs to go. Before I start drawing them, let's finish painting because I'm not sure what the default color is set to for one thing at a time. We know that this needs to be done. Let's just do it. We're so close to being done. This project's taking up an entire stream again. Although I think that this is a great illustration of what it takes, you know, whenever I'm making an episode. The, what, 20 hours or 20 plus hours I'll put into making this one build is what I would have gone through in a week trying to make the episode. And I'll admit, sometimes it's a little disheartening when I see you know, average view time of like 9 minutes. Like, don't skip over any of it. Do you know how much I put this together? But I am always just glad to have views. Yeah, take what you can get. And people have, you know, their own time management. I appreciate that not everyone has all the time to watch all of it and skip to whatever it is they're looking for. But sometimes it's hard to not take it personal. Let's see here. Maybe one day I'll actually make some money off of doing this and really won't care. Mentioned towards the end of last stream, I'm in a little bit of financial pickle at the moment. Got a friend that's trying to get me to try to set up a PayPal or Patreon or something for my channel, and it's like I'm trying to. It's supposed to be the escape. I'm not asking for money. My hobby. I don't want to turn my hobby into a job. Oh yeah, Greg, I'm totally on board with that. I don't. There's something different about watching a playback of a live stream versus being there, even if you're not actively engaged in the chat. It's hard to watch an entire live stream replay. But I'm talking about my regular episodes. Like, I don't expect anyone to sit around and watch my previous 12-hour live stream. That's just nutso. No reflection on those who did watch the entire time. Just to expect someone to do so is what it would be crazy. But I mean just like the regular 30-minute episodes. Like this, what we've done over the past 2 live streams will be condensed into a 30-minute episode. And that 30-minute episode will have an average view time of about 9 minutes. Concrete wall. And that's just the truth of YouTubing. Any content creator will tell you that you know, when they look at their average view times on videos, that so few people watch the entire episode through. And like I said, I appreciate it. Everyone has their own management of their time. Yeah. It's something as a content creator you have to remind yourself that their time is precious. You know, everyone's time is precious. And I genuinely appreciate any time that people spend watching these. But it can be a little challenging sometimes especially when you have a build that takes this long. To go back and see it. That's such a low view time. And we're gonna. I think we're probably gonna run the lengthwise as well, because we want the bright concrete, even though we wanted the dark underbelly of it. Plus, it'll look weird for this to stop like that. I think we're going to do that. Although it doesn't stop like that, because we have the double ramp. That will be right here. Maybe it's okay. Because I kind of want the underbelly segment to be dark. So maybe not doing the cement. Oh, I'm swimming now. Well, I appreciate it, lady. I mean, I know that there are some people who do watch all of it. Otherwise, you guys are counterbalancing the people who are obviously, because we know that there are people who will click on an episode just to, what is this? You know, like new viewers who have never seen the channel. and after a minute we'll go, I'm not looking to do this. Or it'll be people who do watch the channel who go, oh, this is what he's doing this week. I don't have time right now to watch it. I'll come back later and I'll watch it. They just click on it to see what's going on. Which is something I do when I watch some videos. I go, I don't have time to watch this right now. I'll come back to it. But they click on it. They're on it for a minute or two just to see what to expect out of the episode. And then they click off of it. And so that gets counted as someone who watched it for 1 minute. And that drags the average down. And there's no criticism from people doing that. Like I said, it's... YouTube doesn't know the difference. And that's perfectly fine. But things like that factor into the algorithm or the metrics. So definitely people are watching for the full time because they're countering that to drag it up, drag the average back up. All right, let's see here. And it's absolutely appreciated. Oh, I didn't want to go default. I wanted to zoom. Connect. Did we decide not to do glass on the other side for this? I think this is concrete. Well, we went glass to stop the transition. Oh, these aren't the pillars. They don't belong here. Oh, that's right. This is the transition to the pillars. What did we do on the other side? But I think one of the thoughts I had, and this is just a academic thought. Let's see here. I don't think I can see through it now that we've closed that off. Do we want this to still be glass? I liked having this glass because it breaks up this transition, and I'm really settling on. I think that I like having this lane be this. I think this is what we're going to go with. I was saying though, I being that I'm a math guy and a metrics professional, I wonder from a psychological standpoint, YouTubers who have subscription on their channel or patronage, I wonder if their patrons watch to the end out of the notion that they've paid for the content. Right, like everybody who watches my channel aren't paying anything, right? Because I don't even have a thing set up for people to donate. So this is 100% free content. And I wonder if people who donate to a content creator feel like they're paying for the content and therefore feel like they need to watch the whole thing. Like, get their money's worth. It's just a thing I'm curious about. I am really considering going asphalt straight across. I don't know that it would make sense. But I like this transition better. Let's try this. Is that a 1 minute? Yeah, it is a 1. But anyway, just finishing that thought. I just from an interesting study standpoint, I wonder if when people are donating for the content, if they feel like they have to get their money's worth and watch the entire thing. Be a curious study, a metric to see. I've been a donator before. I've been a patron of, when I could afford it, to content creators. I didn't feel like I had to watch their content when donating, but I'm also a sample size of one, so I don't represent full sample set. All right, let's see. We need to. That was the wrong thing. That's the thing I was looking for right there. That needs to be asphalt. Here. Double ramp. No. Regular ramp. This is what goes long ways. Like that. We'll just drop that as a seed that we can copy off of. That one doesn't want to go across. And now it does. You know what? Let's just... We're here. Let's run it. This will make things a lot easier than being outside, running through the water, trying to drag from side to side. And I don't think we ever made a decision on whether or not we want to change this. Okay, what do you think you're running into? Something wrong with that piece? Oh, we ran out of concrete. Luckily, we have concrete right here in-house. I don't know if we're going to leave this glass along the long stretches or not. I kind of like having it glass because if you're not standing on top of it, you get the glass pattern going all the way up. And I don't think we'll be running on it really much because that's the whole point, is sinking it right underneath this roof. It's not really a place where we'd run very often. I think we'll probably leave that glass. And run this. I think this is the last of the things that we have to run across. We might thicken up the bottom middle between the two pillars. We probably will. I think that'll make some sense. This is our walkway. Could use a door. And I have to figure out what green I used for it. I think it was Spire Green. Of course, the bug is going to the next color above it. Oh, the bottom color. Don't know what I had the other one as bottom color. We'll stick with blue because we're doing blue here. No, I did not tell you to do that. The blue will be the door color. We're doing light blue through here, but that radiant blue I think will work with these. So that's fine. Oh, and these wall pieces right here. Need to match those. All right, so that took care of the whole cross on both sides. That was good. I think we take this out now. Oh, that's asphalt. We don't need asphalt. We need... We're done with the asphalt for those. We are so close to being done with this building. We need the double ramp concrete. Is over there. This is no longer a thing. Bye-bye. I need to put a pillar there, but that's fine. Grab that, double ramp up. And that'll look fine because there'll be a pillar there. That can go away. And double ramp that. Do this side. Looks like we did. Alright, we still need to delete this anyway because we need our asphalt roofing strip. Architecture. And we said we're going to go with asphalt flooring here. These. Those are our connecting, right, okay. When I was first designing this, I would not have expected to use asphalt roofing as flooring in here. But I'm liking it when it will actually draw. Very nice. Okay, that's done. That's done. So we just have to do the pillars. Probably do a bottom stretch along this way, although that is going to get in the way. I think I have a sort of workaround for it. It's not gonna be great, but we'll see. Let's get our pillars in place. All right, it's connected. Connected. Woo. Not sure how we did that one. I think that's where we angled it back up. No, I don't. Asphalt, please. Thank you. That whole thing can just be one big block. No, not inside. Outside. Thank you. I think we had... These are all one tall. That's why it's jumping all over the place. We did that. Yeah, that was exactly how it went. Although we will paint those blue. And then just regular walling underneath. Good grief. I mean, it could be cool if we... No. If we left that little spot open like that. I could see doing that as part of a design. But we'd have to have a... Oh my goodness, that looks so cool. Tell me that doesn't look cool. The problem is this overhangs. Yeah, there's no... Oh, man, that looks so cool. We're gonna have to incorporate that in a different build. I can't do it here because if we did, it would have to. It'd have to be mirrored. We'd have to find a way to backfill it. But I mean. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Tell me that wouldn't be cool. Like up the entire side of it. If it weren't for the overhang... Because a 1x1 ramp is more, it's not just thinner, it's shallow, so it wouldn't go up to cover that. I gotta stop doing this because it looks so cool. The more I'm playing with it, the more reluctant I'm gonna be to undo it. Like we could do that all the way up. Okay, we couldn't do this because it would cause a jagged. What I'm looking for. Yeah, see, that's not sharp enough. Yes, it's correct. The overhang would be consistent. I mean, right here, it's awkward. Unless we did that. Which we would do that, and it would look cool. The Fix-It tick. And it would so it's aside from the fact that it looks cool, which it does, it also creates a nice barrier between the light concrete and the blue, which is nice, real nice. It's super nice. If we what am I seeing? Why am I seeing weird things? Oh, that's the side of the roof, the tar roof going up. That's poking through now. That's not being covered up. It would have to cover that hole up as well. So if we were to go with this, we'd have to figure out how this transition works with the pillars. Right, because it's going to interfere with... It's offsetting everything, which means it's going to offset the entire pillar. All right. Guess we're not making this easy. That... not right. All of those should be facing the other direction. What I need is that piece. That's why it's messing with me. Because even if I flatten that out, then it offsets... I mean, is that a big deal? If we can connect to the bottom of this. Yeah, it does look good. It does. It's frustrating me because I want to be done with this build and we keep just discovering little things like this. This will not connect. Why? What is going on here? Why is that overlapping? I mean, we could try to build a stripe into this. I don't think that's a good idea, though. I just need to get this annoying thing to connect where it's supposed to connect. And it's not wanting to. So let's, oh, there we go. Yeah, I mean, you know, largely I like to take away, there has to be some level of self-discipline to perfecting something to the point to where you're never done with it, versus going, that was a really cool idea that we discovered. Rather than going back and retrofitting, we take that forward into a new build, you know, as a lesson learned. This is going to be a lesson learned. You know, we might try to incorporate this in a future build. And it would be fine to go, all right, let's move on. We can do this some other time. But here we are, not doing that. Because it's too cool, and now I'm more or less committed to doing it. And obviously I have no problem with overriding ideas when I find something better to do. We've done that a number of times in this build alone. At some point you gotta say enough's enough. But not today. We're going for another 12 hours. We're not going for another 12 hours. Although we are 5.5 hours, so we're already over the, well, let's knock this out and then do some other stuff, because we're gonna have so much time left over. We've got to turn the thing on. That's correct. It is not powered. It is still being built. I think that means we have to do a... Oh. Doing this makes me want to do a line straight across. So I can do an overhang straight across, but I don't want to do a line straight across because I want that to be a look down. So I think what we do is we single this just for the back side. We try to figure out why it won't let us connect to the back side at all. It doesn't appear to be a reason not to. Then we delete the top one. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't delete the top one. We delete. Do we? Okay, yes, we delete the top one. And we leave an overhang. Okay. Being consistent. Although, I think, since we're not going to go all the way down, we need to taper off the overhang. That's something we can do fairly easily. Right there. Yep, that's what we do. You're gonna fight me for another hour, just like the last one, aren't you? Where's the magic spot that causes it to connect? Right there, pointing all the way above the thing I'm trying to connect it to. That makes it connect. Makes all kinds of sense. And that's now not aligned. Still not aligned. We're gonna have to do that trick we did last time. Where is it off? It needs to go down one. You're still not gonna cooperate. Why does that not look right to me? It's right. Okay. It's true, we could have also used a single wall piece to offset it. Usually how I do it. I don't know why I had a mental block from doing it on this one. Okay. Pillar done. Pillar done. I think. Are these lined up? For some reason they're lined up even though they probably shouldn't be. I don't know how. I don't know that I care. No, they're not lined up. Why does it look like it's lined up? That's not lined up, but that is. We have an overlap. Yeah. The wall cheated when I was drawing it. And now that we know the gap is 2, we can do. At least it was in the other one. So the other one might have been up into the wall too, so I don't know if that's right. That is not correct. That makes me concerned that the other one might be poking through the floor. So we'll need to go back and check. We'll have to go upstairs and check. Okay. Pillar officially done. The side is officially done. Well, almost officially done. Okay. So don't want to. I want to keep the V. If I... You know what, if I were feeling clever, I would paint the V red, because that's my brand. You know what? We're doing it. Doing it. There we go. And that allows me to get away with doing that. There we go, I put my brand on the building. I justified all of it. Of course, I gotta do that in 3 more places. But there it is. Okay. I'm just looking for something that's messed up. I want to say we never have to come back to this side of the building. That's problematic right there. That needs to be fixed. How are we going to fix that? I know how we're going to fix that. That's how we're fixing it. I don't know that this doesn't matter, because that's just flooring on the inside. It won't be visible on the outside. Okay, perfect. I wonder if that flashing overlap thing, is that something that we can get rid of? I don't think so. I think it's just from this. No? Still no. No. Oh, it was from when I originally... I covered all of these. This was something I did off camera. Because the flat platform doesn't meet up well with the slanting walls. I put a thin layer of concrete across, which I want to keep. I'm fine with that. But we had overlapped one when we no longer had that as an exposed place. I think that's true right here as well. Yeah, okay. If that's 4, is that going to cut down? We had it as a 1 before. No, it's fine. And that fills up that space that we just made. Right there. Yep. Okay. I think we've got our blueprint. And this side has been painted already, so that's done. We just need to offset this. It's convenient that we hadn't already done those, so... This can be... On the first shot will be the new style, which was born of the frustrating attempt to actually connect and not succeeding. Maybe get rid of this. Those. Right. Okay, that's what creates the gap. So that's correct. Something that at the right height to trigger off of. Of course, you're going to connect the thing that we don't want. There we go. Right, that should cover the gap. I just need to walk this. Up the side. The next pillar. Three, right, so that is the pillar. Something looks like it's not the right color here. Oh, juice! Woo! What is that and why is it off? We don't have... Oh, I guess we do. We just couldn't quite see it. It's dark enough. Ah! I think we have to live with it, because that's the side of... Oh, we don't have to live with it. Because we don't see the bottom of this, so that doesn't have to be a different texture. It looks a little off, doesn't it? It's the same thing as everything else. Oh, it probably looks off because it's not a double ramp and the texture is just different. And so it makes the color look off. Okay. Yeah, definitely nothing we can do about that. Well, aside from making 2 single ramps. I don't think it's necessary. And we just can't avoid these little dots because those are the roof. That can be a feature though. This is going to be a real challenge without setting off all those hatcheries. Yeah, there might. You're correct. There might be the wall piece that has to be deleted on this side as well. We'll re-inspect it once we get through this. There's almost assuredly wall pieces that need to be removed. But the full texture of it just looked weird to me. As soon as I cursored over it, went to the right place, and then now it's absolutely wrong. So yeah, aim way above the thing that we're trying to connect to. So there's almost certainly a one piece right like that over there that we need to clean up too. Oop. That is not lining up, is it? Actually, I think it is. Yep. You guys just stay right there. Well, instead I put us in a glass box. That's what the whole point of this walkway is supposed to be, is to be able to observe them in the wild. Although, strangely enough, they don't trigger when you're going through the glass. When I didn't have a roof on there, they would trigger and come out. I need to figure out if I can find a way of triggering them reliably while remaining safe. I don't think we want that texture. Singles. Yeah, we'll be fine with that. All right. Make sure we don't have any wall pieces that need to be deleted. It'd be along that part down there. I just delete an entire ramp and there was another ramp behind it. I feel like I just deleted a ramp and there was another ramp. Oh, that's supposed to be the 4x foundation right there. Oh, now it's offset. Yeah, you're right. It was the fill for the ramp. Okay, so there wasn't a wall segment going across that. We got those wall segments on that side. Though there was the one that the first time we brought a pillar up. I'm pretty sure I buried an unnecessary. Would be floor down one. Would be right here. On one of the segments. It would be right here. Okay, there's only one on top of it, so that one's fine. Okay, the one up here. Right there it is. That's extra. Okay. I think this side of the building is officially done. No, one paint job. All right. We have the outer shells covered. Inner shells are not. We got the cool black stripe. Oh, we are not done. There we go. I'm not gonna bother doing the overhang. Maybe I am gonna do the overhang. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. We need to we need to paint the windows along the sides. So let's just, while we're running across, let's go ahead and paint this run of it. Just these windows, that's all it needs painted. And the mirrored ones on the other side. Do that while we're running across anyway. All this should already be painted. We still need to install the roof, but that's just running back and forth real quick. And no thought there. Just we have enough material in hand. Okay. All this goes. That goes. That stays. That was not painted correctly anyway. Boop. All right. And I deleted all of the other versions of the ramps I needed for copying. So let's go ahead and catch one from over there. Oh, it's looking a little dark on these. The concrete wall is still set to... Yeah, okay. It's the right color. It's probably just the angle I'm at. I didn't want to have to come through here and repaint them. If those had been wrong, I would have had to go to the other side and repaint all of those. Not looking forward to it. Oh, we had the same problem last time. We can do it from this angle. I just clicked like mad. Yeah, and correct. So with the sun not being on that side, it would have been easy to miss that it was being painted wrong. The problem is that it was looking darker on this side than it was supposed to, which it should be lighter because it's the sunny side. Okay, give me the click. Give me, nope, that's not it. Oh, we're going down, we're going down. Oh, almost had it. There we go. Oh, ran out of juice. They're running out of fuel in general. I don't think we have any with us. I think it's all at the base. Come on. Thought I had stripped that facade. Apparently I had not. Yeah, I probably should do exactly that. You're absolutely right. But I painted this entire facade from right where I'm standing. I think I think we're now past the bad spot. I probably should have done that while I was trying to get around those annoying pipes. Although we're going to have to go around here and do the back side. But I think we can do that from the beach. Why is all of that blue? Must have had the color set. Oh yeah, this is not going to work out. Oh, I need the soup. I need 3. Take the top one. Invert a ramp. Okay, got it. Confident I got the other one over there. How much of this is blue? The whole bottom part. That was from when we had to cut down the tree. Grab some facade real quick, like. Strangely enough, that's lining up. We have something up here? It just didn't, it just lined up on its own. Well, that's generous of it. Well, I don't think we want that wall piece because it's going to show through. Even once we get our filler, I think. That's the piece that will be the filler once we turn it into a 4 meter. Yeah. That needs to go. We're going to finish that side up in a moment, but I want to get... Oh, right here. I want to get this the filler done. I'm thinking about it. But then we have to go inside and change those to 8s or 4s. Okay, there we go. I don't understand why these are deciding to cooperate when all the other ones didn't want to. I'm not angry about it. Just want to understand. Why are you lining up? I'm grateful. Very grateful. I need the inverted. Well, not the inverted. Inverted to what I was pointing at. I mean, way above it. Assuming that's going to line up because that's the way he did last time. Yeah. Ah, the wrong color. You know, I could have done that before when I deleted them and just deleted them and rebuilt them and they were still the wrong color. Oh, not another autosave. For those of you who are not aware, my autosave is set up to once an hour, so every time that happens, it reminds me that I've been sitting here for another hour. Oh, man. I mean, it's smart to have the autosave more frequent than that, but I just don't want to be bothered by it. Autosaving all the time. And this game is stable enough that it hasn't punished me for having a long autosave. I think I've been hydrating, haven't I? How we got this? Can't tell if that wall was I think it was on the interior. Yeah, I've had very few crashes from this game. Even like so I bought this literally the day it hit early access, which is why I sadly have an Epic account. And I'm sure it has crashed for me before, but it's so rare that I can't remember a specific instance of it happening. And it definitely hasn't happened any time recently. I've had it crash on load, to where I had to just like reboot the computer. So something was in memory that it didn't agree with. But once it's running, it's pretty good. Also, I've turned the foliage settings way down because it causes some stuttering sometimes. And I can't tell the difference. Like, I mean, performance-wise, the stuttering's gone, but visually, I can't tell the difference. So, the available foliage, even with it turned way down, is still ample and beautiful. Yeah, I don't normally play in early access, and I mean, you guys know that I really resisted going to 6 on as part of this series. But circumstance kind of drove me to go to 6 prematurely. But I haven't regretted it. I'd like for them to fix the contrast of the colors. The colors are still kind of bright, washed out. And it drives me nuts. It's a little less evident because I'm not flipping back and forth between 5 and 6. The colors in 6 were way more rich. They didn't feel like I had the brightness turned way up. The problem with it is if I turn the brightness down, which I have, I've turned the contrast or brightness way down in this. And there's some places that are just so dark that I end up having to turn it back up so we can actually tell what we're doing. They got something wrong in this build from 5. Hoping we'll get fixed at some point. I haven't really been seeing it too much in here, but I've been staring at the same landscape for so long that this all looks normal now. Well, I know even when they're off of vacation, I expect it to be a long time before we see anything from them beyond minor bug, fixes, which is fine. I'm okay with it. I mean, they've stated that the update 6 is going to be in experimental for a lot longer than any other version. And we know that they have a lot of major things to work out with from update 6, especially with the creatures and the AI. And like I'm fairly convinced that our copy, this run is bugged at this point because when we did our first live stream when we first went to update 6, not the one last week. We explored the map. And at some point, hostile mobs just stopped spawning. Period. The only hostile mobs that we saw after like halfway through exploring the map, the only hostile mobs we saw were the hatcheries, and those are not mob entities. They're entities, but they're not mob entities, and they are able to spawn their bees live. But like the chargers and spitters, since about halfway through that run of us basically exploring the map and spawning everything, it's like we ran into a mob cap. And I haven't seen a single spitter or charger since then. I assumed that after we reloaded, after we saved and reloaded, that it would just clear out whatever maybe it was blocked in memory, start spawning them again, but it didn't. Right, well, that's what I'm saying, that since the hatchers are different, I'm not surprised that they are here, even though all hostile creatures are not. I don't think we have any hostile creatures on this map. Except maybe hostile creatures that we spawned while we were exploring the map. So I think that, and I haven't taken the time to do it, my theory is that we have reached a mob cap, an entity cap that it can't, that they're maybe not aware of. But like, when we went around the map, we spawned a whole bunch of monsters that we didn't take time to fight and kill. And so we left them spawned. I don't think that the game is actively engaged in their AI or anything right now, but they might be holding in memory as a creature on the map somewhere. And after we got like around in this area, we encountered no hostile mobs at all except spawners, spitter hatcheries, or bee hatcheries. And for the rest of this world, 0 hostile mobs, just the spitters, the bees, the hatchers. And I've been to a number of areas that I know from previous runs that I know are very heavily guarded, and nothing anywhere. And so I assumed that after that weekend, that live stream, when I loaded the game next, that it would forget about all those hostile mobs that were spawned around the map and clear out the mob cap But I have not seen, literally have not seen one single hostile mob outside of a hatchery since that day. So I suspect that if I took the time to go back to those areas where we spawned all those mobs, that they would still be there. And that if we killed them, or some of them, that they would start to spawn elsewhere. That's my running theory. And it would be a fairly easy theory to test out. Just go there and kill things. That's not right. It is right. I just haven't had the time, because they're all the way across the other side of the map. And I just haven't wanted to deal with it. Okay, I think we just have to paint the V, and I think we're done. I imagine that they will. I don't know if they are aware of that bug. I haven't reported it. And it's not something that you would normally run into, because we spawned a lot of stuff in one constant run. So you would pretty much have to go out of your way to try to cause that issue intentionally. So under normal circumstances, you wouldn't run into it, if what I'm theorizing is actually the issue. I don't know that they would do a mob reset when they fix the AI, or, you know, or if the AI just goes live on them. Forcing the mobs to reset is kind of something that they have to be careful about, because it's spawning things in people's factories. And that annoys people. And so I can see them being hesitant to force another respawn unless they feel it's necessary. And I don't think that would be necessary for implementing the AI changes. I'm okay with it if they do. But I can see them being hesitant to do so for that reason. Oh, I think we are... roof, and that's it. I think roof, and that's it. And replace this thing's floor. Yeah, and update 6, they respawned everything as well, which was that's fine. I mean, I had to kill some things in my base. That wasn't a big deal. But from a developer's strategy standpoint, you try to avoid impacting players in a negative way due to updates. That feels backwards. Oh, there's no other way. No, I think it's going to be easier. I start with the top. But we know this should be 24, so 23. Maybe we'll go over 1. No, let's see if that landed the exact number. So I think it's going to be easier to run this from up here. Oh no, it's 24 machines, not 24 blocks. Right, so it's going to be more than 24. It is in fact going to be 31? 32, given that there's already one there. Let's see if we can pull off 31. It's a little funny at the higher numbers. Yeah, 114, we don't want that. We'll take 27. I don't want to fidget with it that much. Oh, there was a 30 in there. I almost had it. $29. Go with that too. Oh, we already finished that one? Oh, okay. We need to go. We need to go to the other side, because that's where we set up our pattern for the back and forth. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. Flat roof, facing the correct direction. 31. Nailed it! Oh, it keeps teasing with me. 31. No. Oh, stop that. No, we're not going 47. We'll go under. We're not going... Wait. No, not 97. Ah. You know, I miss the old trackball mice. I feel like they were way more precise. Oh, I hope... Yeah, okay, let's turn right way. I realized I wasn't paying attention to the orientation of them. That wasn't 31, but it was close enough. When I say trackball mice were more precise, I mean they were less flighty. Something about the resistance of the ball. That if you had the mouse right where you wanted it to, it was less likely to drift just a little bit and then... like optical or laser mice do. We are out of concrete. Well, that didn't go far. We're also hurting on... Oh yeah, we're just about out of silica as well. But we know we have plenty of concrete in there, so we'll just head back to get our silica. Where did we put it? We put it over here. That should be plenty for just a few lines. Grab one more anyway. Oh, we had a wall incident. We'll get it from up there. Oh, we didn't paint this this side. We have one more paint to do. We painted when we ran down, and we didn't paint on our way back across. This row has not been painted. I think I just painted the wire and that. Fortunately, those don't have any color spots on them. And was a little choppy there. Right. That's definitely not right. Okay. Didn't expect that. That's not right. Why do we have... Oh, that is not good. Are you a single? You're a single, right? Okay. I'm gonna have to run over this and make sure that there aren't any more weird overlaps. Let's go ahead and... Ah, we forgot to get the concrete on the way back. While we're up here, let's delete these. All right. Take the rest of it. Some of this out of my inventory. Don't like having a full inventory. That's a Minecraft thing. Having a full inventory is so frustrating. Did we move? I feel like this should be going across to the other. I think these are supposed to be connected to each other. I think when we moved this... Oh, no, no. Oh, no, 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 I need to preset my fuel. Oh, it's not counting that as landed. Oh, that's not good. Oh. Would you... Let me stand? Thank you. This is gonna be so bad if I don't make this. I'm not gonna make it. We're going down! We're going down! Man, that was close. I think that this is where we attached the sides of the building, was across there, and then we deleted that to move it when we moved this pole. Thank goodness we survived that. Thank goodness that we have full health. Another great quality of life improvement. Why is there no floor here? I need to see what pattern I use on the other side. Did I go a long ways? Or did I turn it? This one's a long way. I think the long ways is the way it went. Or the end. That was inconsistent right there. Yeah, I mean, we ran a mod before update 6 that removed that 3 damage cap, the 3 health cap, because it was one of the dumbest things ever in a game. It clearly did not have any place in this game. A game about building a factory. It's not a survival game, so we shouldn't have to always run around at no health. The inventory full of health items when we're trying to have inventories full of building materials. It was obviously an antiquated idea that really needed to go, and it needed to go much sooner than it did. I had a mod running that removed that cap, and it was so awesome. There was no question that it was the right way to go. The slow health gain I'm fine with. You still have to pay attention to what you're doing in combat. Which means there's still a use for health items. But I don't know a game that stops your healing at 3. You know, less than 30% of your max health. Even survival games don't do that to you. I realized just now why we had those overlaps on the other end. It was doing that thing right there. Which is why we only saw the overlaps on that one line. Yeah, and you had people like me who always, like, I was always at 3 health. It was the only time I ever had full health was right at the beginning of the game, and then once I got down to 3 health, I never went back to full health. Because it's so easy to take chip damage. You know, fall a little bit too much here, just get pecked by something, you know, weaned by a bee or a spitter, but not very much. And it's like, all right, well, I'm now 2 health off of full. I'm not going to use an inhaler to get back to full health just because I took a couple of points of damage, which means I'm permanently never below. I'm never at full damage except for when I'm dying and have to use one in an emergency. And that's just frustrating. It had no place in there, so it was doubly a bad idea. Like, I use an inhaler. Oh, I got just a little too close to a poison area, and I took half a point of damage. Oh, that's never going to heal. And I know you can just eat berries, but it just goes further on the must carry a bunch of healing stuff on you in a non-survival game. And if you're always doing those one-offs, then what's the point to the inhaler if you're always popping off? So I think we're in a good place with it now. The inhaler is a good lifesaver when you're in a bad fight. But you don't have to keep popping yourself off all the time. I didn't know they changed the damage on the damage that the hatcheries take. I shoot them with explosive rebar because it's funny. So since the change, they've always died in one shot from me. I do like that the bees explode on you now, since they are now a swarm. I think that was a good choice, because it is so easy to get overwhelmed by them, and I'm fine with how easy it is to get overwhelmed with them. But if they didn't die when they hit you, at the rate that they spawn, I mean, it's easy to get overwhelmed right now with them suiciding on you. If they didn't suicide on you, then it would be so easy to just be murdered every time you run into them. You know, approaching them knowing they're there is one thing, but you're exploring somewhere and you don't see the hatchery around the corner, and there's triple hatcheries. You've got 9 bees on you before you even know that you've stepped into the nest. And reacting, and you know, some of them hitting you and then reacting, you're okay because they're blowing up on you. But if they didn't blow up on you, it would be a real problem. And I've had that happen to me in real life, by the way. I was crossing a stream. I was a teenager. I was crossing a stream underneath a railroad trestle, and you know where the concrete pillars come down into the middle of the stream. Of course, becomes a little island unto itself, and it's covered in years of dead wood and thicket and whatnot. And I was crossing the stream, and I stepped up onto that island, and I stepped onto some of that thicket, and my foot collapsed through it, and which was fine. Not, I mean, it 6 inches a foot, whatever. It wasn't dangerous. What I didn't know is that when my foot collapsed through it, it collapsed into a hornet nest. It was either hornets or yellow jackets. They've never able to determine what they were. So it was either hornets or yellow jackets. And I took my foot out of that hole and took one step away from it, and they all came up. Just the entire nest came out behind me. I didn't know they were there. I didn't hear them. I didn't see anything. And they just descended upon me like something from a cartoon. And they hit me from the right side, and I just started getting stung all down the right side. My arms and my arms were exposed. It's summer, so short sleeves on, and I think maybe I had shorts on, and I just a mass wave of stingings, very very potent stingings. So there wasn't just bees, and I hadn't been stung much in my life, so the initial hit didn't click to me that I was being attacked by stinging creatures. I didn't know what it was. So I got hit by that first wave, and I spun around to see what was hitting me. And I used to wear glasses, and I spun so fast that my glasses flew off of my face. So now I'm blind and being attacked by a swarm. And I realized that I was being attacked by a swarm. I was nearsighted, so it was enough for me to see the haze of the movement. And so I dove into the stream, and the stream wasn't deep enough for me to submerge. So I'm still getting stung. And I rolled over on my back and just flattened as much as I could to get water over me. And the last sting was right in the middle of my forehead. I remember I got the rest of my body underwater, and the last sting, and I finally got my head underwater and got clear of them. Oh man! Anytime I get attacked by a swarm of these things, it takes me right back to that incident. I went to the hospital. They counted 21 stings, and I had someone with me when it happened, so there was a witness, and I climbed out of there. I couldn't find my glasses. I couldn't even. Just bailed. And I went to the hospital, and the doctor said, "You're lucky to be alive." So I got antivenom shots, which was like I got 2 shots, and it was like, I'm done being stung. Quit this, The shots hurt as much as the stings did. I'm eyeballing this because I don't like this cut. I want to do this, but I don't want to do this because then we can't do a glass half, which means we'd end up with a wall of concrete. I don't want that. I think we just have to live with this. This weirdness. I mean, I could center the door. I guess that might help. If there hadn't been water, I just would have ran for my life. By the way, Liquid, welcome back. I'm very glad to see you back. Hadn't heard from you, and I was getting a little concerned that your absence meant something else. Yeah, if there hadn't been a stream, I just would have kept running. There wasn't really another option. I didn't have a rebar gun to shoot at them, so that wasn't going to be an option. Are you just now rejoining us? Have you been with us to see all the progress? What did we do? I think we did. No, that's supposed to. That blue is this. We did another door. Oh, we did the interior door, which is where we did the red. We want this to be. I don't think we want this to be that off color. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to grab this. But it's making loopy. Are you out of the hospital? At least. At least let you go home. What do we want for a secondary color? I don't know if we want red or not. Let's try red. The reason I was hesitant is because of the V being red, and I don't know I want... Out in 2 days? Wow, you're still in the hospital. How are you feeling, though? I mean, is your breathing better? I don't want the red. We're just gonna pick colors and find out what we want. Ooh, the black isn't bad. Yeah, we're going with the black because it's near the black pipe, and this is a crude facility, so it's like the black entry. I'm glad to hear that. You're doing much better. You know, when I didn't hear from you on the stream, I was a little concerned that we were not going to ever hear from you again. Because lung damage is no joke. You know, the possibility for infection, and if you get an infection in your lung, then that's all she wrote. And being in a hospital during COVID, COVID being notorious for killing people because of what it does to their lungs, this is the worst time to have a problem with your lungs. Just genuinely just bad. Because, I mean, that's what kills people. That's how COVID kills people. It causes their lungs to expel fluids, and then they drown. And they drown in their own lungs. That's why at the early days of the pandemic, the big problem was the lack of respirators. It was because they couldn't force oxygen into people's lungs fast enough, and they were just drowning, which is just terrible. So having any kind of compromised lung capacity right now is not good. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. That's good. I mean, I would expect that they would understand the risk. I'm not a medical professional and I understand the risk, so. I still think that the building... Oh! I said that there was a problem earlier on, and I said there was a solution to it, and I forgot that the problem existed, which was that we need a border on the roof. And now we have to get up to the roof. This building is not made for roof access. Yeah, but yeah, I'm feeling much happier to know to hear from you now that you're well. Think of it from a selfish standpoint. I'm a small-time YouTuber. I can't afford to lose any of my viewers. Bad joke. All right, concrete wall. So here we go. I think that what we do is this right here. Do too high. But to play around with how much of a border we actually want. I don't want to go for high because it would just... I think that would be too much. I'm already hesitant on the too high. Are the pumps not connected? They should be. Oh yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. They're not wired. Good eye. I think the too high is going to be too... Or one high, yeah, too high I think is going to be too much. Well, I'm not sure you'd watch my content if you were deceased. Unless your fiance kept watching out of tradition. So that might be too much. Oh! The platform isn't over here. I feel like I'm going to have to come back up here, so let's ourselves way down. Banzai! I mean, that doesn't look too bad. I feel like 4 would be pushing it. I no leap of faith. We already fell from the sky and ended with half a heart. And that came from, I think, around that height. We would not survive that fall. I'm glad you like that. I like the glass too. I think it came out great. This was the grand vision all along, and I feel like it's coming out. We're going to try doing 4 high just to verify it because we do have a lot of border here. But I don't think 4 high is going to be right. I just want it to be kind of a rim on the roof. Oh, not. Ah. We don't like 4 high. We're definitely not going to go for 5 high. No forward momentum. What do you guys think about 4 high? Get some of this out of our way so that I can't see the building. Whoop! I'm still standing on that one. I mean, obviously, I'd have to change that one. Well, that's 1 vote for yes. If we went for high, does it stay blue? I think it stays blue. I both like it and don't like it. I think I like it. I do like having a border of some sort. So at the very least, we're not going to go back to the way it was. No, we're not going higher. Yeah, we will be able to see this building from orbit, that's for sure. Let's go. We'll go with 4 high, and you can change later, right? Oh boy. Oh no. Well, we didn't make it. Whew. I had just a little bit of fuel left in there to stop the plummet. Where is the... We don't have much fuel left. All right. Much forward momentum. There we go. Oh, darn it. And I hit the wrong button. All right. All right, so we're going to go with 4 high. I need to be trimming around all sides, I think. Which includes those sides. Although we've never looked at the building from that side. Did that build an extra one down? No, it didn't. Okay. Before we build them long ways, because I don't know that we need to build it long ways because we don't have an outline going around this side of the building. Trees there. Let's not do that. Yeah, I don't think we need the... Well, you know, now that I look at these, I don't like it. We've never stepped away from the building and looked at it. The wraparound, I don't like it. That looks awkward. We need... So, okay, we need to frame this. I think we can frame it just one wide. I think it'll be fine. But I think we have to frame it. We're never going to turn this building on. All I want to do is turn the building on. Oh, didn't want that. That's what I wanted. Ladder to nowhere. Oh! Okay, thank you. Okay, that wasn't nearly high enough. I think we want... And that's gray, because it's part of the foundation. We need to be up there. No, because when I turn the building on, like, we haven't recorded a single second of footage for the episode today. I need to do a tour of the building and kind of a live turning it on. Let's see here. I think this side needs to turn to blue. I mean, it was gray on the other side. I think we're going to shift to blue here. Oh, sure. Just don't connect to anything I need you to. That's the end of the stripe. I think I want the trim to only be one wide. I don't think that works, though. It not only it would not only would it not be embarrassing, it would be standard fare. I spent so much time fixing the turbo fuel facility after turning it on. Just the way it goes. So the stripe, I think this is right. This is where we do it, right? We start going up right there. That way we don't have the poke through, and the stripe gets to seal itself up. And then we just single line it across. Oh, we... Question is, do we... No, we can't. That's a single width stripe, and that leaves that poking out. I just don't know if that's more than I want to have on this side. But I do want to have this. I have no idea how far that went. I don't think it went too far. Oh. Stop making it more difficult than necessary. Really easy to go to the color palette. Okay. I think we tried this out. Step away from the building, see what it looks like. I think that it's okay in the middle. I'm back and forth on this, the corner. I think it's just gonna have to be that way. It's all right. The only other option really would be to try to do a full line with the stripe, carrying the stripe across, but I don't want that. I want as much glass facing out as possible. And I don't feel like we need to put anything on top. So we're good. We're good. Okay, so we'll just match the last two sides. And then we turn it on. I need to be on the roof. I feel like I'm raising the hatch up and climbing out. I'm maintaining that I think they need to add manholes for us to run ladders through. I know this is 4 high, but I don't want the texture of the concrete. So we're doing 4 high singles. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, autosave. It's already been an hour since the last time we talked about that. Glad I managed to touch down before the autosave started. Do not want to be flying over the abyss when it decides to autosave. Alright, so... yeah, I mean, we can do hypertubes through a floor, at least. So it's a way we could get out here. But that's not the way I want this particular place to function. Oh, not want to walk off. I ain't gonna lie, I feel a little bit like Indiana Jones when I do that. Jump over and throw the lasso and swing under. Kind of a thing. Alright, so these, we're leaving that alone. I mean, other than repainting it. As long as the boulder misses me, that's all that matters. Okay. And that's all we need. No, we know we no, not 90. Go as a high 30. 30, that's fine. That's a high enough 30. We are below a stack of concrete again. We've gone through so much of this stuff. I remember doing this before Zoop. Wall segment, wall segment, wall segment, wall segment, wall segment. Nope, it's not right. Delete, 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 delete. And... oh, I think that's the last piece. I mean, obviously we still got to put in pumps everywhere and see if the pumps that we have in place work. But I think we've built everything. I think it's the last decoration we have to do. I mean, until we notice something that we missed. But of our current designs, I think that's everything. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if I forgot to do one of these outer pillars or something. And the phony door that we used just to, so we didn't have to go to the menu. Yes, this doesn't look so bad from the shiny side. And we know we still have to connect the power to the other pumps, as was pointed out. That's all connected. And this is where I end the stream. I don't have a name for... I don't typically name my facilities. Although I named the Cliffs of Copper, but that was not even a very inventive name. What I'm going to do is I'm going to save the game here before we turn it all on. And I'll because we're already 7 hours into this, I'll probably do the walkthrough off camera or off stream. But this way I can load it back to before I turned it on and then turn it on while on camera. Just because we're going to run into so many things that are wrong. Is that not centered? It's... something's not right. That looks like that's centered, but the cable's not coming down straight. Cable's definitely... this is definitely in the center. That's got to be off center. Look, that's clearly in the center. Did it look off-center to anybody else? It must be an optical illusion. But parallax only happens when you're moving. I was standing there. Okay, well, it's clearly centered. We're not gonna press over it. I just know that this is gonna crash and burn when we turn it on. Okay, and I did connect those. Like, I don't think, like, it doesn't make sense to me. But I don't think that this is low enough to work. But I feel like those are. Even though they're aligned with each other. Just my spidey sense says that's not going to work. Alright, let's... pre-start. Start up. I don't want it pre-start to look like it's before I start the series, even though I'll end up deleting it anyway. That last save was at 306 hours. Last episode ended at 284 hours. So we're almost 24 hours into making this episode. We're over 24 hours. We're 20, no, we're under 20, it's 22 hours into making this episode. None of that's AFK. You know, like sometimes, you know, when I'm on a recording episode, I'm tabbed out doing spreadsheet stuff. There's a little bit of time of standing around. But, that was... Well, that green got awful yellow, didn't it? Okay. You don't want to have to put lighting in here. Okay, it's saved. And we know for a fact this is not going to work because we do not have pumps inside. So we're going on record saying this is not going to work. We want to see the outside stuff get into the interior. Then we're going to get the interior stuff leveled off and on. I don't want to turn it on. Yeah, like we're up to 3 gigawatts. And our max consumption is right about there. So this is going to put us pretty close to our production capacity. Okay. So first thing we should see is oil coming in and water. Oil's not coming from that side. The oil from here is coming from over there. I don't want to run all the way over to the water. I just want to see some of this. I know the water can make it to that height. I probably should have gone and got some fuel. Looks like the pipe's filling up. Okay, so that's fine. That means they're probably all plugged in. We should see those pumps kick in unless they are too high. If they are too high, then that's definitely too high. Now, they can kick in and still be too high. I've had that happen before where not all the flow is getting up to them, and so they're not able to push full water. And I'm starting to feel like they're already too high. And given that it's just above the wall connection, it makes me nervous. Okay, they both should have kicked in at the same time. The same elevation. They're starting off at the same elevation. Flow rate's not hitting 600. That's full. That's full. Why you no work? I mean, that's going pretty good. Their sources are the same height. They are water connectors. So yeah. Maybe the pump was upside down. It's hard to tell. I'd have to look back. That stopped. I'm not surprised that stopped because it's going to back up. The water on that's going to back up. Okay. I'm confident that that's too high up. So we're going to rework this a little bit. On the other side, we had to... No, it was this... Yeah, it was this side that we had to put this in a different place because of that. So I think we're going to just... Because we have that upper one, we know that that's connecting. That's going to let us bring the pumps down further. If necessary, we'll put them on the flat ground. But I think they're real close. Because we're looking at... That's what, 8, 12... About 14 meters off of water level? What's the... Does anyone know what the head lift is off of a machine? I don't think it's 20. I think it's like 12. And yeah, because the nozzles are just above water level, so that would put that at 8 meters. That would put these at almost exactly 10 meters. But that one was up a little higher, and it looked like it was almost getting the 600. We're probably just on the end of it. I flushed that one. Yeah, 599. So yeah, this is good. 600. There it is. So this, I think this height's gonna be fine. I think we're pushing it, but I think we're there. We just gotta wait for water to get back down here since I flushed it. Alright, we're at 600 here. Yeah, 599, 600. Excellent. Okay, so these are good. These are roughly the same height. And I didn't see it pumping. Now that I think about it, because do we have those plugged in? We may not have those plugged in. We may not have run the power. I gotta stop jetpacking unnecessarily. We're down to 9. Containers. You guys stay in your hatcheries. Hopefully this won't run through here. I think it's going to clear under it. You can cut through the wilderness for this one. Oh, wire's too long. Wire's too long. Gonna make 2 segments. No, we're not gonna go to the corner for that one now. Okay, wire isn't too long for that one. Okay, there. Looks like I connected them to each other. Just not to the grid. Okay, yeah. Minor oversight. I don't think there's any fuel on the train. I think it's all at home. I think we checked earlier. I mean, we literally could throw down a couple of refineries and make fuel right here, right now. It would only take a minute to do it, because we could just pop right off of this line right here, create some heavy oil, turn it into fuel, and heavy oil and plastic, and have the plastic turn into containers, and just have a few made on the spot. Talking about it, I'm almost considered doing it. While we're waiting for the water to come here, let's see what we have as far as materials to actually pull that off. We would need 1 refinery, 2 refineries, just like this. Not just like that. I do, but I don't want to turn it on. We'll just tap this line just for a second. We need a constructor. And a packager. And that's literally it. We attach them to all to one pole, that way we can clean it up real easy. That's already connected there. Everybody's already connected. That doesn't go there. That does. I'm not going to worry about connection clipping because this is literally going to be here for just a few minutes. And grab ourselves a pipe. Don't care what grade it is. We're down a temporary T section. Yep. We're gonna crash the network. Fortunately, since the rest of the factory isn't turned, the floor, whole thing isn't turned on. I don't have to worry too much about that. What do we want? We need plastic. And we need... And we'll just let this run while we run over to the other side of the building and fix all of the pumps that are going into the first floor. So it's not like we don't need to stand here and watch this. We don't care if the math is right. It's awfully ambitious for us to put a container down here, but uses 40 per minute, Mark 1 belt. Yep. Yep. We're almost out of yeah, just about out of jet fuel. We're down to like 9 containers. 8 containers. I'll probably come back through here and clean up these signs at some point, but I don't know if I will. No, I might leave them because they're still reminding me of how much goes on that belt. In case we need to come back and change things, I don't have to remath it all. All right, we don't expect these to be working because they're on roughly the same. Oh, these might be problematic because these are up higher to begin with. These might not even work. We might have to go back to the source and put the pipes, put pumps over there. Pull down again. Okay, we already see this isn't working. So let's give this the same treatment that we did at the other side. Oh, it doesn't make it. We just want it higher up so we can put the pumps down lower. So it doesn't, where it connects is kind of arbitrary. That's fine. So that's 2. Are you slanting upwards? Why are you slanting upwards? You do know you're on the setting that says don't do that, right? Okay. Alright, we need to flush the network. Yeah, see, this is my concern, right? This isn't even full. I think that we're not going to get away with these 2 pipes. I mean, if one of them would work, I'd expect it to be this one because it's lower all the way. No, but because this one's higher, it's pushing our pumps up higher. I don't think this is going to work. I think we're going to have to go back to the source and throw down some pumps. Just like some Mark 1 pumps. Probably will be enough. Yeah. I'll look over at chat to see that statement has already been made. That was going. As I clicked, I noticed it was running, which I didn't expect. I think this is a little bit lower. Come on, give us 600. No, it's struggling. Oh, it's not making it. Alright, let's just pour that crude all over the environment. Just open the valve. And I didn't expect that to work, because I don't expect these to work. Oh, it's struggling. Well, it reached 600. These two are working. This is aligned with those. Oh, now it's doing the 600. Why? Okay, well, I mean, as long as it runs consistently. We're not gonna... I'm not gonna fight it. Alright, so we should have everything coming into the building fine. Except for the other side where we're stealing oil for fuel. Which, now that I think about it, before we started doing that, we should have verified that oil was actually getting through the pump. We did not do. So let's check it. Let's shut this off for a moment so it doesn't steal crude. Yes, I know. I have to redo these fixes again. Frustrating. I might end up just emptying the whole place and flushing everything and then pretending I never turned it on before. Alright, that's... Well, it's not running, but it doesn't mean anything, because it could be backed up. That's shut off, so it won't steal any at the moment. Okay, here it's coming. Downgrade that pipe. Doesn't hold as much. No, I mean this is coming from 3 pumps and merging, so it's got a long way to go. So it doesn't surprise me that it's taken a while for it to get here. It's running quite a ways away, and this probably will throttle weird because of the sloshing while it's filling in the pipes. Although I expect it to stabilize a little bit more than that. Come on, you can do it. I have faith in you. Come on, come on. So close. Oh, oh, you were so close. I'm losing faith in you. Okay, it reached 600. Well, I mean, this shouldn't be affected by machine saturation because it's earlier in the chain. It should only be pipe saturation. Once all these pipes are 600 or full, it should be 600 straight through, regardless of filling things down the line. I'm a little concerned about it, but I'm going to leave it for now. I wouldn't mind bringing it down a meter or two. But I'm just going to, I'll monitor it. Hey look, 32 already. Nice. Okay. Let's just resave it there. That was pre-startup. Okay, there should be no product coming out. Because we definitely should not be getting our heavy oil up to the floor above. I'm a little concerned that that pipe hasn't even filled itself up. That's definitely under 10 meters at the bottom. But let's start with, how high does this have to go? If we put it at the bottom, it has to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20 meters. A little bit under 20 meters because we wouldn't be at the bottom of that. But then it has to go up another, so we can either put a Mark II down there or a Mark I and another Mark I on here. I guess we've just Mark II it right from the beginning and just cross our fingers that it makes it all the way. For repetition's sake, so that's the same on the other side. I think I'll go as low as I can, even though I feel like we have some room to wiggle. Oh, that doesn't look good. I need something to line it up with. Oh, I'm never going to remember this. turn it this way. It should turn it the other way because the power is on the other side of it. Mark 2 pump. No, no, wrong button. What I'm doing is I'm lining it up straight through that Ficsit logo on the refinery. Those refineries are kicking in. Look at them go. Okay. Connect. Okay, so that's going to be the last thing we can plug into that one. That makes me a little nervous. I mean, we could run it to that. If we need to plumb anything up here, that would be the node. Probably wouldn't be the node we would connect to because, yeah, I think it's safe. Straight 300, which is what these pipes are. So that's good. We just need to make sure it's making it all the way to the top. Excellent. That's looking good. Is pipe what's being produced? No, we're not producing pipe. We are producing... Oh! Product! We're producing circuit boards. Okay, so the water we're confident is being delivered. I think that's good for that. We run across. I don't know if there's any other fluids we have to raise up, right? The heavy oil is it's under 300. It's I'd have to look at the spreadsheet. It's like 290 or something like that. We're looking for the crude oil over here anyway. So we have 8 machines, not even running at full, I think. Which is, what, 8 times 4 is 240? 280? 320. But we're not running at full speed. We have a underclocked machine somewhere. Right there. Oh, and now that I say that, we might have a small problem. Did I split the overclock between floors? That's the question. 62.5%. I need to have one down here that's also at 62.5%. I do, okay. No power? Nope. No power. Okay, well, we'll figure that out in a moment. Let's get the pump on here, and then we'll figure out why we're not getting any power. Because I know where it should be. I know where it should be connecting. And it was a place where we went, oh, that's not being connected, and we went out of our way to connect it. All right, so I stood on this line, and I lined up that line with the Ficsit logo on the refinery. That's what I did on the other side. And then I connected this to that node right there. Which this one should have another open spot because that other one is connecting to the main line. Yeah, this is jumping right up. Perfect. And then we'll follow the power over there once we see that the plumbing is working fine at the top. I mean, there's really only one place it could be disconnected. I just don't know why it's disconnected. By the way, you might or might have not noticed that all my plumbing is done the same way. Aside from obviously my craziness, I always plumb from the top down, not from the bottom up. Yeah, but I thought remember we went back outside and reconnected that water node. We specifically reconnected it. In fact, that's how I fell down to almost my death, down to half a heart, was reconnecting that node. Why are we not seeing heavy oil? We don't need to have power for this. It's the same distance that the other one was traveling, or same vertical distance. Is it really still filling up? Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, that's what I'll do. I mean, the disconnect has to be down there around the water node. Maybe I didn't connect the water node on the inside. Right, outside, inside. Right, Greg's on it. As I was saying though, I always pipe above the machine. The reason for that is that fluids slosh backwards. And this way, there's always a reservoir for the machine that doesn't disappear when something else sucks down the liquid. So if you go under and like pop up through holes into the machine, the way I do with conveyors a lot of times, you can have the fluid that's sitting in the reservoir waiting to go into the machine can fall back out of it to fill up the spine because of other machines taking fluid at a bad time, and it can cause machines to run at under their max speed. Okay, that's starting to fill up. So I always pipe across above and then down into the machine. So there's always some fluid in that machine's specific reservoir. We should be okay here. I don't like how it's fluctuating so much, but that's okay. Might still be something backfilling. In fact, probably what is happening is these machines are consuming. Yeah, these are actually running, so they're consuming and they're stealing, causing the backflow, keeping this from getting its 300. Should eventually catch up. The other side caught up almost immediately. Yeah, I expected it to ramp up sooner than this. Like on the other side, it popped up immediately. That's concerning me. And these aren't even taking, because there's no power to them. Stop stealing my fluids. Doesn't feel right. Watch the whole thing. Doesn't feel like it's getting all of it up there. And it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. About 8.5. Which would be over the 50, but the other one was fine. Going what should be the exact same height. There's four machines on each floor. Though right now it's not pulling at all because I've shut them off. What I would really like to have is an inspection mode, like when we're replacing the blocking signals for the train station. If you just have the blocking signal selected, you can see all the effect of all blocking signals. So it'd be nice if we selected the pump and saw the outlines for all pumps that are already placed. So that's popping up to the 300. Okay. It's making it. So I don't need to jump off. We're so close I can just walk across. Okay. So all we need is to fit. Wait a minute. Oh, that's income. I'm like, how does our output product when there's no power? Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you were right, Craig, that I didn't connect it on the interior. So that was another double fail. I didn't connect it on the interior or the exterior, and when I found the exterior connection, I didn't think to come in here and fix this. And I'm comfortable that these are running at their full pace. They appear to be. So we should start seeing rubber flowing. Hello, rubber. Here's the petroleum coke. Why are you yellow light? Oh, because we don't have rubber here yet. That's a bad sign, because that's the rubber is going from the other side. That means we don't have rubber coming from this side. Oh, look at all these red lights. Okay. maybe if I connect these... I think I didn't connect it yet because I didn't know if I was going to end up using something. I don't know. What did I do on the other side to make it work if I missed this? Or did I? Are there more red over there? Oh no, I did cross connect these. Okay. And I'm not surprised to see yellow because a bunch of these are backed up at this point because they may have been producing material. I don't know, these aren't backed up. We're almost certainly never going to see pure green. Because as far as I'm aware, the game still has a problem with 600. If you are fully maxing out at 600 pipe, there was always a weird sloshing thing. You never get the full 600 out of it. And since our supply is 600, both 600 water and 600 crude on the dot, I think there's always going to be some machines that are just a little starved, and that will echo through the whole thing. But the only real solution to that is to run a bunch of 300 lines, or 600s, but not max them out, so you have to run extra pipes. And I'm not willing to do that. Alright, we're looking pretty good here. Let's see here. Incoming rubber. Obviously the stuff's coming up to the ground, otherwise, in fact, we can look down and see them. There goes the crude, or the petroleum coke. And it's going to take a while for those to back up, so this whole thing should be slow to power on. Already backed up on final product circuit boards. There should be something coming up this. That's a little alarming. If those are backed up, then they've produced, which means something has come down this belt at some point. Look at the water line. No water going through it. That is empty. How is this empty if that isn't? It's the same elevation. We must have run out of head lift. That's barely moving. Okay, there's no way that the head lift doesn't reach up to here. Do we not have power going? No, we know we do because we tested it. No, we didn't test it. We didn't have power at the time. No, we did have power at the time, right? Because we did all the exterior stuff first. Man, my brain is frying. How in the world is the lower one not supplying. Something's not right, because we can see that this is making it up to there. That lower pipe should be full. This pipe should be full. Yeah, I agree, Greg. It's probably the pump not making it through the hole. Usually placing the pump last prevents that from happening. Connect the wall to a T-pipe. And we replace that one up there. We can... Seriously? I replaced the one upstairs and it didn't start working. We know some water got through here because the product upstairs produced. There couldn't have been no water ever making it through here. Okay, so if there's a problem here, it's at this hole, not that hole. Means that piece of line needs to be rebuilt. Oh. Ah. Although we know water got to there. I think this one's just running out of steam. I mean, look at the head lift. The flow rate is just non-essential. Or non-existent. Wait a minute, is there another... Oh, there's a hole right there. I don't expect any of this to fix it. Is the pump working at all? This is like 5 feet above the pump. Look at that. There, now it's giving us the rating. I mean, regardless of the pump head lift, it was literally 2 wall heights away from a Mark II pump. Though we did check the flow rates on both of them before. Look at that. There it goes. There it goes. Yeah. If at first you don't succeed, rebuild it over and over again. I think we also are missing some flooring. there a hole in the wall? There it is. Yeah. I mean, like I said, when I've encountered this problem before, it's always been on if I had replaced the pipe for some reason and the pump was already there, the pump would get stuck at the hole. And so replacing the pump in this case worked, which doesn't surprise me. But in the other places we replaced the, like right here, we replaced that pipe and it started working. So it's just inconsistent bugs being inconsistent. Do we have to repaint that? No, we still have the color set to that. Okay. All right, so that should not be going. And it's still the weird matter of there being product on this line showing that something had made it through. Because if it's going that way, this is literally the only machine it could have come from. Okay, I mean, it's going to take some monitoring, but I think that we may have all the problems worked out. This might be working. I'm just going to have to leave it running, and I'll come back through and I'll look for yellow lights. And, you know, we know that they flicker back and forth sometimes. But when I look at the yellow lights, if it says something like 98%, then I'm not worried about it. But if it said something like 60%, then I know that there's a problem somewhere. You know, a pipe that's at Mark 1 or something like that that's choking the line. Like these will be a low percent because it's all backed up at this point, and rubber is still backing up. This is the end of the line for the product. Yeah, no rubber is making it down here because it's so many machines that have to fill up. So what we need to do real quick is we need to have the circuit boards not backing up. We need to make sure they're getting to where they're supposed to go. Right there, you can see them. Well, can't see them now because of the reflection. And just temporarily, we're going to throw a sink up here. Or down there, I guess. Because it's coming out down here. And then we'll run the conveyor under the station and up. And there will be a new train that we're not going to use one of our existing trains to pass through here. The loop's getting a little too big for some of the trains to do double duty. You know, the right now the quick wire train is the one that's or Mark 3. The quick wire train is the one that's doing the full loop that's going back home. And I think that it's real close to not being able to deliver the quick wire fast enough, which is its primary function. And so stopping it anywhere else would cause it to not deliver quick wire fast enough to the electronics hub. So there will be, at the very least, there will be a new train going from here to home. But probably what will happen is... Oh, train. Probably the quick wire train which... Oh, they're still using the small map window for this. The quick wire train goes from quick wire to up to the electronics hub and then loops all the way around to home base. And the reason it's doing that is because not only is it picking up product from here, like electronics, and bringing them to our hub or to our warehouse, but it's also picking up compacted coal from our steel area. We have steel down here, which is also producing compacted coal. It's running up to the belt highway. It's dropping off here in the warehouse, being loaded onto the station, and the quick wire picks it up, goes back here, picks up quick wire, drops off both the quick wire and the compacted coal. Probably what I will do is create a new train here that will pick up the circuit boards. Think about this. I think it'll go circuit boards to here to drop them off. Come back up here with any circuit boards it has left over, because I want the last drop off to be the warehouse, because the warehouse has the sink that will get rid of all the excess. So I need the circuit boards to go here until it's full. And then it'll come around here, drop off the remaining circuit boards, pick up the compacted coal, and then it'll come back up to here, and then when it's going back around, I'll drop off compacted coal and circuit boards. And while it's there, it'll pick up, obviously, not only will it bring around the excess circuit boards, but it'll start doing the duty of picking up the electronics. And the quick wire will just become a quick wire train. It might double duty and go over here to our encased industrial beams. Like right now, these are sitting dead. There's no train coming here. So it might become a loop, like right here, and drop them off here to be picked up by the train that's taking them home. Maybe we'll do something like that. But I'm not going to worry about that right now, because we're at 8 hours and 14 minutes into the Not Going 12 Hours live stream. And we have finished the facility. It's working. Oh yeah, those aren't going to be running. Those are also not going to be running at full speed, because we have this little annex over here that I forgot about. And didn't go far because we backed up on rubber, and it's fine because we could use more rubber in our inventory, which means the heavy oil stopped flowing. But we'll go ahead and disconnect this from the... We don't need this to be running, because we have an ample stock of this at home. But this served its purpose. So I'll let the remaining crude work its way out, and then I'll just clean all this up. There it is. There it is, the building. Skip it. I'm gonna have to find a good place for a thumbnail. It's kind of a shame to build such a big, magnificent building and not have a good place to stand to look at it, you know? Like, we will never be out in here, you know, to look at the building in its unique shape. But it looks like a diamond. I mean, it was always meant to be kind of diamond shaped, but now that I look at it, it's like, you know, the classic diamond in a commercial. You know, the 2D drawing of a diamond because it flat topped like that, curved up and flat like it's a cut diamond. Oh. I'm just so glad to have it done. Now I get to go back to recording the episode. It's about half recorded. I have to record the intro. I have to record the in-between part before we start. Yeah, at the point where the assemblers were built, which is where we started today. And then I need to record the walkthrough. I may not record the turning it on. I might just say, look, we turned it on, we fixed the problems. Here it is working. Enjoy. Then record the outro, then I gotta convert it all to proxy media, and then I have to start editing all of it. The editing won't be too hard because I don't have to do a time lapse or any of that stuff. Because the time lapse mod. I'm gonna show you before I let you guys go. So I found a developer copy of the time-lapse mod that doesn't crash the game when I load it up. Like if I download the mod, right, the regular mod off the mod site, and if I even try to load the game, it just crashes the desktop. So pick time-lapse, create, let's say test 1, and we'll have it do 1 screenshot per second. And where we're standing right now, this is the camera. So the entire time lapse would be from what we're looking at right now without the UI. I'm going to copy that to the clipboard. Actually, yeah. And start. And I'm going to start moving. You see that jitter? That's it taking a screenshot every single second. So imagine me making a 4-hour build with this, 4 to 5 hours of a standard build while it's doing this every single second. That didn't used to happen. And see if we stop it now fine. Also, if I were to bring up the screenshots are ultra dark. Like I've got the brightness turned all the way down to like 15, instead of it actually being what we see on the screen. So there's also something else weird going on with it. So even if it didn't stutter, I would have to go through and increase the brightness on 1,000 or so screenshots to make it work. So it's still not good. I hit their Discord this week, and they posted again that they're waiting on some dependencies to be updated before they can start working on fixing it. But they sounded hopeful that within the next couple of weeks or so, they might be able to start making the update 6 version or have it ready. I don't know, but they have it on the docket to be fixed. So hopefully within 2 or 3 weeks I'll be able to go back to doing time lapses, which obviously time lapse wouldn't have worked for this because it was such a mega build. But we're about out of power, so there's going to be a build real soon for another power facility. That will be a time lapse. Look, our max consumption is now over our production rate. Or right about it. See this bouncing up and down, this is because we're using 600 throughput pipes at the power facility. Some of the machines are getting starved because the 600 doesn't run pure. That's just back to the game. And we have a ridiculous amount of backup batteries stuffed around the map. So, all right, let's clean this up. I think we've exhausted it. We have. Got ourselves some bonus plastic in our inventory. This is done. That's done. We'll throw some containers in a nearby sink. Get those out of our inventory. Well, we have enough inventory. I want to head home. I want to wrap this up at home. Oh, do we have enough space? No! No! Oh, let me build it. I don't care what it's lapping over. Just build it, please. Somewhere. There. Oh, sure, you'll let me build it the other way, but I do this all the time off the screen. Like, okay, I need to get rid of all this garbage. I'm just gonna throw a sink down. And, oh, that really didn't help, did it? Get rid of the containers. I think everything else is good. Well, we almost ran ourselves out of concrete again. It's. Let me look at what it's called. Second here. Called Station Master. I don't know why it says trading table on the mod menu, but it's a Station Master. Like I said, the only thing I feel like they could improve is to let us actually click on the train directly, unless there's a button here I'm missing. It looks like, yeah, I can rename it. I can even rename. Oh, maybe the station where it's going. But I mean, we can get to it because you can change all the station stuff from here as well, and so you can still, you know, you've seen me do it. You can get through here. And I don't know why there's a bunch of periods on the end of these, but I have to go and figure out why there's a bunch of dots on the end of those. That doesn't seem right to me. I wonder if that might just be from this interface. Yeah, there's you know, like I primarily focus, you know, I'm not a big mod person, but there's just no reason to cheat myself out of using like quality of life stuff. I have to be real careful about my wording of things, right? Because there are some mods that I won't use because I feel like it's cheating. And seriously, I ran out of space. And it's dangerous in saying that, like, on a, you know, as a content creator, where people who watch it see it, because then it sounds accusatory of people who do like to use those things. I am not in any way judging people who do use mods that alter the game in a way. You know, I try to avoid anything that makes the game easier, I guess. I just do for quality of life stuff. But, you know, the most important thing is that you play the game the way you enjoy it. You're playing it for yourself. And whatever makes the game fun is the way you should do it. And so I have to be careful about saying that it makes me feel like I'm cheating, because other people might think I'm judging them if they like to use those mods. And that's absolutely not. So I saying that it's cheating is a shorthand for saying I'm cheating myself out of an experience, not cheating the game. I like to overcome the challenge that the developers have designed in a game. And so I feel like I'm cheating myself out of an experience if I change that. But there are some times where I very much feel like the developers just heavily missed the mark on something. Like by using before update 6, using the mod that removed the health cap on the healing. That definitely made the game easier. But I felt like the developers were just out of their freaking minds by having that in there in the first place. It made no sense whatsoever, and so I didn't feel like I was cheating myself out of a challenge by making that alteration. So there is just a, you know, almost a double standard in that. Okay, I am subconsciously making things line up while I'm chatting. I'm not actually focused on what I'm doing, and I realize that what I'm subconsciously doing is making everything line up the right way, or consistently across the two sides. I wasn't even consciously doing that. I think we're good. I think I need to stop running around this facility and go back. But I really love the way the modding community came together for this game and made that mod manager and made it so easy to load mods. Every game should benefit from this kind of modding community. This is Satisfactory is modding done right. And I so appreciate the effort that people put into not only creating the mods, but creating the website that hosts them, making a mod manager that interfaces with both the game and the website. Just incredible. And I think that they've done a phenomenal job, and could not get enough praise for how well they put that together. And it makes it so easy to test mods. Why in the world are there dots all over these places? Like, I know that I didn't put these dots in when I made this. I'm going to look and see if there's a pattern of the places that I've interacted with through the mod. I think the mod's adding these because these are stations that I've clicked on. I'm going to clean all these up later. We don't need to go to the hub. We need to go home, 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 home. Home west. Alright. While that's doing that, can I fix these? No, not from here. I think that's the train mod. Me clicking on these names, trying to activate See? I think that that's what has happened. So let's just use the mod to fix them while we're on the train. Copy that to the clipboard so I don't have to keep typing it. Home left. I think I went to the wrong home. We're gonna find out when we get there. I need to rename it to something like home. Pick this one. I optimistically thought we were gonna finish a lot sooner. Oops, wrong button. Wrong everything. All right, we're here, so I'm gonna see if we pull into the wrong station. I think we're gonna pull into the wrong station. Nope, that's the right one. Parks, so it starts loading. There we go. So that's gonna pick up. That's our concrete loader. And this is my personal junk that I keep dropping off when I go places. Redundant stuff that I don't need or have too much of. And we should be fine on fuel. Why did I do that when I think I need to go to the floor below? This is all belt material. And we're not actively making fuel. Oh, got sucked in. But as you can see, we made a giant batch of it at one point. So we're not hurting for it. It'll be easy to set up. If it becomes a problem, I'll be able to do a little split off over at the main factory. Yeah, see, I've gone back and forth on the way I've worded these. So it's train left, west. What's the westernmost one? So it's going to be the left one anyway. But west is also it going west when it comes out. Well, that's what this is. This is my building train. This 5-car train is my building train. That's why it's full of my building material. Between episodes, I always restock this with 2 or 3 of each item that I might need while I'm out. And then this one tends to be things I need a lot of. Like, I stocked this one up pretty good for this build on copper sheeting because I knew I was going to do a lot of piping. But this will mostly be full of things like reinforced iron plate and regular iron plate for belting materials. So these tends to be a higher set, and then this is concrete and encased industrial beams. This is auto refilled on concrete, not these. I'll have to just do those manually when I start running out of those. And then these two are for when I'm doing a big build, like this build. Well, yes, I do need to put some fuel. Yes, I do need to put a little fuel in it. That's correct. I need to dedicate a slot for some fuel. In fact, let's do that right now while we're talking. And of course, the back two are for if I know the machine count, and it's going to be a lot, then I'll have enough room. Then I'll load those up. Just super duper helpful. We'll just put a couple in there. and let's go home. I need to clean all that up. That was for making smokeless powder. Just, you know, whenever it is that we need to build something here at home, that area will be cleared for probably for manufacturing buildings. Go down a little bit so we don't pancake ourselves on the wall. There we go. Ah, home sweet home. 20 or so hours away working on that build. All right, I think we need to call it. We're not going to do any other stuff. Yeah, I've done plenty of pancaking on the walls. We're not going to do any of the other stuff that I thought maybe we would do if we had time, because we're 4 hours past the target end time. But we got the building done. It's only taken me about 3 weeks to get it done, you know, because rerunning track and mapping the area out and figuring out where everything's going to be and building the station. And then 2 weeks of live streaming. And all of that was in preparation of sending the circuit boards from there back to the electronics hub so that we can build high-speed connectors and double up our computer production. Though it's unlikely that the circuit boards we're making are going to be enough. It's in fact almost guaranteed because we are at a quick wire deficit right now. And I think what I want to do is, you know, we have a 2-story building here making quick wire, making circuit boards with quick wire. And what I want to do is disconnect one of those floors and just stop making circuit boards off of there, freeing up a bunch of our quick wire and replacing it with the circuit boards coming from here. Just one of the 2 floors I think will be enough. Because I think one floor is eating like 410 quick wire per minute. And then replace that quick wire, those circuit boards with this recipe right here, using silica and copper sheet, which I have done 0 math on, completely no math whatsoever. But we have a ton of, we have like 400 per minute copper sheeting being produced at that site that is not being used, and we have an entire completely untouched quartz mine that, you know, as we showed earlier, that we have making silica just for our windows that will make a proper manufacturing for and turn it into silica, and we'll have all of that we can dedicate towards making circuit boards there. And that will free up the quick wire, hopefully enough quick wire for the quick wire we're going to need for the high-speed connectors on the alternate recipe here, which is going to be 60. So it'll be 30 per high-speed connector. And I still don't think it's going to be enough. And computers, we bring 4 more of these online. So that still might not free up enough quick wire. So that's the kind of the plan over the next 2 or 3 episodes. You know, these won't be mega builds, so it won't take nearly as long to do them. We should be able to do them in 1 episode. Where are we at on the map? Over here. I probably should start tackling the circuit boards next episode because we're going to need them for everything else, but I don't want to do a full month of making circuit boards. I'm so tired of making circuit boards. And I don't want to have to do another episode where the subject line, the tagline is, let's make some circuit boards. Because no one's going to come back. They're going to stop watching my episodes. We're going to rename it from Pixel Perfect to Circuit Board Manufacturing. Okay, that's enough rambling. We're done here. Thank you very much for coming out. Thank you for staying so long, especially after the 12-hour marathon last week. I appreciate it. You know, this shows me that there is some room to do satisfactory live streams. I don't want to make this a regular thing because it's not always packaged well for a live stream. The mega build was a pretty good setup because I knew we wouldn't be bouncing around a lot and I wouldn't have to be in and out of the game doing editing because I knew that we could do long stints of just build. When they're quick builds, I have to be in and out doing editing. I can't do it in one run. So when I feel like we can do another large build that will take hours of just building, then we'll look at doing that for another live stream. But otherwise, we'll look to do hard space. I still have some other things that may or may not play out well. Doing a playthrough of Stack Lands, maybe. I even considered doing a live run of FTL. But the problem with doing a live run of FTL is that I rage quit out of that game most of the time. It must, because I played on a hard difficulty, and it's, if you're not familiar with FTL, easy mode should be normal mode for that game. Hard mode is self-torture, and I play it almost exclusively on hard mode. And you can have a wonderful run through it, and then you come up against one ship that completely destroys you. They get one lucky shot off. They get one lucky shot off early on that disables your weapons, and you never recover. Because they take out your weapons, and you run over there to repair your weapons, and then they'll get a shot on your engines or on your autopilot, which means you can no longer charge your FTL, and if you can't charge your FTL, you can't run away from the fight. And in that game, if your engines or if your piloting room are disabled, they can't miss. Your evasion goes to 0. Yeah, I agree, Liquid. Missiles have never been balanced. They haven't been balanced for the AI, because every AI ship can have a gigantic stock of missiles and they don't care about running them out. And so they can be brutally effective against you. But if they hit your engines and they manage to disable them, or if you hit your piloting room, your evasion goes to 0 and you're no longer charging your FTL. So if you're up against an opponent that you're not going to win the fight against, you also can't escape. And so you can have a great run, and then you go full health against somebody, and they wipe you out. And it's a roguelike game, so there's no reloading. You're out. That's it. It ends your run. And so I hesitate to do a live stream play of it because of we can be having a great time, and then suddenly we just are done. I could play it at normal mode on stream just to show people what the game is, because it's a wonderful game, and I mean, the game's been out for a long time. It's a thoroughly fun game. I still play it. I was playing it this week. It's a truly infinite play game. Its replayability is truly infinite, and I don't know of any game that I've ever played that is as infinitely replayable as FTL is. So I might do a live stream of it. Another thing that I've been throwing around, and I guess it's good to bring this up because the only way I'll ever do it is if I get consensus from my viewing audience that they'd be interested in this. Is I've considered doing a full playthrough of XCOM 2 with the Chosen DLC, War of the Chosen. I think that there is some really fun potential. If you guys... Double Vulcan cannon. I have only once ever had double Vulcan. And I didn't win. For people who aren't familiar with the game, the Vulcan cannon, if you can power up the Vulcan cannon, you win every single fight. You don't need any other weapon. If you can power up a Vulcan in that game, you will win every single fight, including the end fight. There is no defense against the Vulcan. And it is possible to power 2 Vulcans. I haven't seen a Vulcan in a shop in the game for probably the past year or 2. It's that rare. And it might be because I played on difficult, so it might be even more difficult. But back to XCOM. I know I don't really have a good way of communicating with you guys outside of a live stream because no one follows my Twitter, and I don't have a patron for us to use as a you know, a forum to chat back and forth on. You know, I've debated setting up a Patreon, but my channel is so small. I really don't want to run people off. So really, this is our only opportunity to talk about this. If I were to run XCOM, the idea would be that my regulars could submit. We'd have to figure out a way of doing this, but my regulars could submit character designs, and I would bring my regulars into XCOM because one of the great cool things you can do in XCOM 2 is that you can make fully customized characters, and guarantee that they are soldiers in your XCOM group. And when I play it, I have an XCOM character that is a spitting image of me, literally down to this hat. This hat exists in that game. Color, the ribbon on it, everything. Literally, this exact hat is in the game. So I exist in XCOM, and I can put all of you in the playthrough. Of course, you could die, and that would be disappointing. But that would be a thing to do as a live stream. Is is find a way of letting you guys design your character. And we would name it after your YouTube name or whatever name you want to go by, and you would be in the character roster. And I think that would be fun. And so that's something to think about. I have never finished War of the Chosen. I've beaten the original XCOM 2. And I stopped playing. My first time I bought War of the Chosen, I played it to the point to where it became so trivial easy that I just stopped playing it. I had a character that was so impossibly overpowered that I probably could have sent him alone into any mission and he would just win the mission. It was... if you're familiar with it or not, you can have a ranger in the game, which is basically a guy who runs around with a sword and murders everything. And I had stacked so many abilities on him that he basically could run straight into combat, murder someone, which I think gave him an extra move and an extra attack, and could run in and murder somebody else. And if and he would just end his turn in the middle of all the bad guys. Like, come at me, boys. I think he had a special sword that couldn't miss and ignored armor and dealt double damage. And he had a shotgun that I think that even if the shotgun missed, it did a minimum of 5 damage, and I think it shredded armor. If he got a kill, the next attack on him was an automatic miss, even if it was on, outside of his turn. If anyone entered or exited his melee range, he would get a free swipe at them with his sword that doesn't miss and does double damage. So he would run in after killing people and park next to somebody. And so that enemy would try to walk away from him and die instantly. And what would happen is, if anything tried to attack him, he's already got a kill, so he already auto dodges. And then the guy who's next to him would try to run away, would get auto killed, which would re-trigger his can't be killed, so the next attack couldn't hurt him. He was just so obscenely overpowered that I found the game so trivial that I just put it on the shelf and stopped playing it, and I never got around to going back and finishing it. I've been playing it lately on the higher difficulty, and it's kicking my butt. I'm surviving and doing all right, but the end of game progression bar is cranked way up, and I haven't earned the rhythm of what I need to do to keep that bar from getting full. And if that bar gets full, you just lose the game. So if we do a live stream of it, I'll probably do it on normal mode. Because I want a chance of seeing all of us through the game. So anyway, rambled enough. It's a project that I'm considering doing for a live stream, and I'll talk about it in the future. It wouldn't be the next one, so just keep coming back. We'll do next week. There's no way we're doing another Satisfactory, because I know the projects I need to do in Satisfactory are small projects. So we'll probably do hard space. We might do something like Stacklands. It's a one-off. We'll see. But keep that in mind. Think about if you'd be interested in watching XCOM 2, War of the Chosen playthrough. We'll talk about it in the weeks to come. If I can map it out to be a good thing to do. And, we'll keep spitballing ideas. But thanks very much for coming out. Don't forget to like on the way out. You're probably all subscribed already. If someone is watching this as a replay and you've made it through 8 hours, thanks. 9 hours? Thanks. Oh my god. That's all. Twitter. If you tweet, again, I only use it for this kind of stuff, and it could be a thing that could be used for communication for things like XCOM. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to eat food. And then I'm probably going to get back to working on tomorrow's episode. Because I want to try to get this episode out tomorrow. Oh, I need a break from Satisfactory. Have a great night. Liquid, I hope you're feeling better. Hopefully next time we hear from you, you're out of the hospital. Feel free to hit the comment section and let us know you've gone home if you're feeling that way. If not, hopefully I'll see you next week in whatever hard space or whatever we do for a live stream. But have a great night. Have a great rest of your weekend. And hopefully I'll see you guys soon. But good night, and thanks for watching.